I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken languages, spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fam's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while sizzling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasting like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's number one Chief Rockin' Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy, and welcome to a Knicks at Night podcast. Salute. Andios is in the building. Salute. Rich Boy in the building. Salute to all my family watching on Twitter. Salute to all my family watching on X. Man, what's good? What's good, party people? Salute. Hey, y'all. So, I generally don't rock on Saturday nights, Sunday mornings. Y'all know that, right? Or early Sunday mornings, because we generally do the 718 boys and old school Knicks. So, but I'll be traveling, so I won't be able to do those shows. So here we are. I still want to come through and talk the way that y'all like to have that talk to y'all. Right, I still want to come through and do that. So here we are. I also wanted to address some skepticism. I also wanted to address some trepidation, if that's the word we should be using. Wanted to address some nervousness about where the Knicks are as an organization, and where we're headed. And in that where we are headed space, I think a lot of us are nervous in that if you do too much, you might mess up the vibe. Right? Daniel Berry Sports Highlights is in the building. Salute to everybody watching live and on replay, if you're watching this on replay. Yeah, y'all. I know we're nervous. About some stuff. For instance, how much money do we pay Isaiah Hartenstein? Is there a secret handshake, wink, wink deal on the table for OG Anunoby? Dripmore is in the building. Salute. Bim. The original DSJ is in the building. Salute. DSJ, what you doing? Are you at work? You grinding? Are you grinding, or are you in the studio getting paid in full? DSJ says, shameless plug. Please stream and download Hood Goddess on all streaming platforms. I'm not gonna stream Hood Goddess on all platforms. I might pick one or two. I may pick one or two and stream it, but I just can't afford to stream it like on all 17 platforms. I mean, yo, you talking about yo, you talking about my man paying like $60 for Hood Goddess, bro. salute to DSJ, man. Salute to DSJ, right? We will support Hood Goddess, but man, you want me to you want me to stream it on all the platforms, bro? I mean, jeez, bro. I mean, is it available on all the platforms? I'll do that. I'll check that way and just Apple Pay or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Salute to my guy DSJ, the R&B sensation DSJ, man. If you don't mind doing so, support DSJ and others. Like we have this network of people. We try to support each other in our endeavors and such. And so if you can, please do so. If you can't, just do it by word of mouth. But yeah, so I think the Knicks are in a Knicks fans, not the Knicks organization, but Knicks fans are in a weird space where we're confident that there is a wink, wink, handshake type agreement in place for OG Anunoby. And we are confident that we can retain Isaiah Hartenstein. And we may be able to go out and make a move for a guy, maybe Caruso or whoever. And what I'll say to you as Knicks fans is, what I'm going to say to you as Knicks fans is, don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is going to be all right. If we lose Hartenstein, if we lose OG Anunoby, if we don't get the guy that we want, remember we still have the infrastructure in place to be a successful team. DSJ says, downloaded on Spotify, Pandora, Tidal, Amazon, iTunes, YouTube, compact disc, cassette, vinyl, 8-track, Fisher Price, and Atari. Right? Downloaded on Sega Genesis. Downloaded on PlayStation 2. BM Dre is in the building. The I Know Basketball Man is in the building. Salute, sir.
Salute, Frizzy. Salute to the chat as well. How you doing?
Yeah, man, I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm legit thinking about how Knicks Nation may be in a conundrum where they feel as if a Hartenstein deal may or may not be done. A OG Anunoby deal may or may not be done. The Knicks may not draft anyone, and they may or may not be able to sign a free agent and or trade for the guy.
That's a lot of things not happening.
Right. In succession.
Yeah. And in order to like pick a direction, if we're picking any sort of direction, right? it would be pretty much impossible for all five of those things to happen.
Right.
so
Right.
so I understand like being worried or being what's apoplectic or being at a loss for words, but I, I think the OG thing that's done already. Personally, I think that's done now. The amount or the dollar figure that I don't know, but I feel like the sole reason OG is even here in the first place, he kind of let it be known he wanted to be in New York. That's why he's even here. That's why we ponied up the players that we ponied up to
Right.
get him.
Right.
So we gave them RJ and IQ.
Otherwise, he'd be in Indiana instead of Siakam.
Yeah. And Siakam is there because he knows Indiana would pay him the max, as
Right.
opposed to other places that may not view him as highly.
Right. And Indiana was motivated at the time to do something
Yeah.
with guys like with guys going into different places at the trade deadline. They had to get in the world of musical chairs. They had to get somebody.
Yeah. And they got somebody that they know is going to pay the max, and he knows that they know
Right.
that he has to pay the max.
Right.
Whereas the OG thing, we did the deal knowing he may. I mean, there is always the opportunity of leaving, but with the connections that Leon Rose usually has as at his disposal, especially with guys that are part of his agency that he once ran,
Right.
they usually don't slip out of his hands.
Okay.
So whenever he has like a desired target, particularly in free agency, 9 times out of 10 he gets his man. Now trading is different. There's way more value variables at hand when you're talking about trading and dealing with another partner and dealing with outside voices and the back and forth in terms of determining value. That's another part of the game that I don't think he's necessarily great at. But as far as free agents, if he has his eye on a free agent or someone that's potentially a free agent, he usually gets them back. Like for example, Mitchell Robinson was a free agent, an unrestricted free agent.
Right.
And we basically brought him back for under his value, in my opinion, at the time.
Yeah.
Where and then you look around across the board, we extended Randall. Randall was still an all-star, all NBA player at the time that we extended him. So
Yeah.
he was underpaid.
Yeah.
And the way that things are speaking about how even though Jalen Brunson is essentially family, the words are that he may take a discount, or you could even talk about Josh Hart opting in and then getting paid afterwards, which is beneficial to him and his Villanova teammates.
Yeah.
And Dante DiVincenzo taking less than MLE
Right.
to even be on the team. So usually when it comes to like free agents, he Leon Rose kind of has a grasp on those how those sorts of things fare in terms of the targets that he goes after. So when I'm speaking about OG, I think OG is kind of that's like been wrapped up since like January. Now they might go into like negotiations to up the offer marginally or even match or become close to what someone may offer. But I think he's kind of destined to just be here. Now talking about Hartenstein, it seems the Knicks.
Let me do let's do the OG. Let's talk about the OG thing first though.
Okay.
Just because you mentioned it. Um I hear a lot of people in Knicks universe think that OG Ananobi's contract is going to start with the number 3,
Might start
right?
with a 4.
I think it absolutely has to start with the number 4.
Does it have to
It has to.
because of other teams offering?
No, because of what contracts are going to look like after this season, after the 24-25 season.
You
right?
know, it's
After
funny, Freeze. I was gonna say to that
just real
point.
quick, Dre, let me just
Yeah,
just
yeah.
let
Go
me
ahead.
just
Go ahead.
think about this. OG Ananobi's contract starting with the number 3, right? Next season. And this is just hypothetical. Starting with the number 3, whether it's 30 or 39, whatever number in that range, right? The year after that, and his contract is still starting with the number 3, Anthony Davis's contract is going to start with the number 6, right? And is Anthony Davis 180% better than OG Ananobi? It's
If
something
you're,
to
if you're going
consider.
statistically, he kind of is
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
he averages 25, 13, and he's all NBA defense.
Right, right.
So
Okay,
I mean, if we're going strictly statistically, he is. Now, if we're talking about straight impact for what he does for the Knicks or how he makes every other part on the team fit,
right,
no. But if you're talking about like plugging in, if you're talking about strictly star power and what Anthony Davis can bring to an organization monetarily,
right,
it's a little bit different. So when we talk about like contracts, it's beyond what you bring on the court. It's the off the court stuff
right,
and
right,
the production.
right.
And partially the part of the reason why OG can be here is that he can benefit from being in the city financially.
Oh boy, here we go. This is not the kind I didn't want to have that conversation, but
I know, Freezy. I know. But the taxes are ridiculous. But if he were to, hypothetically speaking, go to another organization that paid him $3 to $4 million more, there is the outside chance that he doesn't make as much money from an optic standpoint by being in an area that's not
yeah,
like
I think we
like
living
like
in
when you
I
Freezy, when
think we
you
living
turn
in
on
a different
TV,
world, bro.
when you turn on the TV, who is giving Josh Hart candy sponsorships if he played on the Indiana Pacers?
We live in a different world, bro.
I'm being real. The different world is no one.
You can live in the state of South Carolina and make more money than people that live in Midtown Manhattan and in our society right now.
I can give you a reason why OG wouldn't care to live in South Carolina. OG's
Right,
from the UK.
right,
Then he went to play in Toronto.
right,
He wants to be in the worldly city.
right.
He already explicitly
If
well
if
at
that's the case,
basically
but
pointed his way to be in this direction anyway. Now, if you want to say he
but
wants to go
Dre,
to another big
if
city,
that's the
cool.
case, that's a separate point though. If you're saying that he wants to be in a worldly city, that's different than saying he can make more money in New York.
He can.
I don't believe it.
Freezy, I'm watching Josh Hart get candy sponsorships. Who the hell cares about what Josh Hart thinks?
I'm
And he's
watching
getting candy
Giannis play
sponsorships.
in Milwaukee with
Giannis
with the
is a
ugliest
generational
shoe.
talent. You're talking
No. I'm talking about the cities, bro. I'm talking about the cities, right? I'm watching Giannis play in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, with the ugliest shoe you and I have ever. Bro, you ever wore a pair of Giannis? You ever seen a pair of Giannis sneakers?
yeah, it has the backwards check. But the thing is, Giannis is a generational talent that you can't compare. You're literally comparing Josh Hart to Giannis.
No, I'm comparing Milwaukee to New York.
And I'm comparing the fact that Josh
With
Hart is relatively a nobody, but because he plays in a larger market that has a ton of eyeballs, him being sponsored by someone, something, or some candy would see more eyeballs as a role player. If he wouldn't get the same sponsorships being Josh Hart in Milwaukee. Giannis will get
that's not true.
sponsorships. Yes, it's true. Giannis will get
That's not true, Dre. That's
sponsorships
bullshit, Dre.
regardless. No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's
No,
absolute. Is it,
how?
bro? New York didn't invent candy.
New York didn't invent candy,
New
but
York did not. That
please,
man
you're
said
you're
New
you're not
York invented
understanding.
candy.
You're not
Oh my
understanding the point.
god.
The Knicks fan base is the
New
largest
York
fan
didn't
base in
invent
the
candy,
NBA.
Dre. Come on, bro. Come on,
The
Dre.
Knicks fan base is the largest fan base in the NBA outside of the Lakers and maybe the Celtics.
Right, right, right.
There's like when you talk about when
And you know
LeBron left,
Boston
when
is
when Royal
Boston
Bump,
is smaller. Boston is smaller,
but they have a winning history.
but Boston is smaller than Brooklyn, New York. Boston is not even as big as Queens, New York, bro.
But when you have a winning history, your fan base becomes large. They go everywhere. They travel anywhere, everywhere.
I,
When
ju-
you're
I
winning from like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, then you have second generations and third generations of fans. That's why the fan base is huge. It's not necessarily the size, it's the history that comes along with it. Now, when we're talking about the New York Knicks, solely alone, the amount of attention and eyeballs that get put on Knicks basketball, even when they're semi-relevant, dwarfs even the Milwaukee Bucks when they're actually good. So to compare Giannis is a false equivalence.
no,
If Josh Hart,
it's
if Josh
accurate,
Hart,
Dre. But
if
it's a New
Josh Hart,
Yorker
Freezy,
saying
if
that New
Josh
York is
Hart,
better than everything.
it's not better than everything. It's just the amount of eyeballs, the amount of dollars that are associated with just being seen or relevant in the New York scope is in the New York Knicks scope. I'm talking about just
Nah,
fanship, total numbers. It's different. If
nah.
Josh Hart
We live
if
in a
Josh
social
Hart was
age,
playing
bro.
on the Pacers, he would not have a candy sponsorship.
Bro, we live
He
in
would
a
not.
social age, bro, where thanks to the internet, you don't have to be in these places, bro.
That's fine.
If they
That
were, how
Freezy,
come the
that
league?
matters. That matters for the superstar.
How come
And
that?
when you're
How
not the
come?
superstar, everything helps.
Nah, bro.
Yes, it
That
does.
no, it does not, Dre. That's wrong, bro.
No, it's not wrong.
Yeah, that's wrong, bro. This is. I'm telling you. Well, how come the Knicks aren't a free agent destination then?
Because we haven't won anything.
That has nothing to do with New York. You said New York.
Freezy, would Jalen Brunson be top 10 in Jersey Shells if he didn't play for the Knicks? Yes or no?
Um, bro, it took a miracle. You're saying top 10 in jersey sales, and I'm telling you, based on the argument he made, he should be number one based off of what you said, right? Because the opportunities are there for New York, more eyeballs because of New York. He should be number one. Being top 10 is not sufficient when you
Being
have when
top
you're in
10
the
is not
biggest market
sufficient when he just arrived on the scene. Like he's just
2 years
now,
ago,
yeah,
right?
2 years ago, and compared to guys that have been there for multiple years or have grown fan bases from when they were 19 and 18
I can,
coming into the league. It's
I
not the
can,
same.
I can bet. I'm gonna pull up the jersey list.
He's like top 15.
No, no, even I don't care if it's top 20, top 25, whatever it is. But what I'm saying to you is if you look at the top 10 list of jersey sales, I guarantee you it's small market players that's top 10 in jersey sales.
And all of them have been superstars for an extended amount of time.
Right. Okay. All right. And so the original point is OG Ananobi in New York can make money outside of the salary cap by being in New York, right? OG
Not
Ananobi will be a seventh year player, or is it eighth year player? Was OG Ananobi would be an eighth year player? He was drafted in 2017, whenever 2017 maybe. Whenever
Freezy,
whenever whenever he was,
my point is it doesn't matter when you're a star or a superstar where you play. It matters when you're a role player where you play in terms of other opportunities.
is OG Ananobi that guy? Which guy is OG Ananobi? Is he Jalen Brunson or Josh Hart?
He's somewhere in between the two.
Somewhere in between, right? Somewhere
But
in
he's
between.
definitely not viewed as a star in the NBA.
Um. Okay, I'll go with you on that point just to so that we can move on. I think he's a star, but
I
but I
don't-
but
yeah, I
but
mean,
but
star is subjective, but if you were to ask the casual fan, like you post a picture of OG Ananobi's face, the casual fan probably wouldn't recognize him.
right,
And that's my
people would take
barometer for what the star is.
People would take Brandon Ingram over OG Ananobi, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
But if we're
in
talking
terms of
about
stardom,
impact, yeah, star impact for
yeah,
sure.
he's better than Brandon Ingram in my mind. In my
Right.
mind, I would not trade OG Ananobi for Brandon Ingram. But the point that I'm getting at though is I think that man's number. I think that man's number has to start with a 4 in order for him to stay in New York, and it can't have weird incentives in it, like for him
It
to
has to be
play.
40 a year flat.
That's what you giving him? 4 year, 160?
Yeah, I would. And you know what's probably going to be the case? He's probably going to take 3 and 1 and then opt out for when he's a 10-year vet
Yeah. Yeah.
for a larger contract.
Right. Right. And he'll be 30 or
Yeah,
30, something in that range. And
yeah,
that'll probably be his last major deal. Right.
exactly. Yeah, that teams like players are trying to make sure that the extensions wind up right on that 10th year,
Yeah.
where the CBA set up so they can get the biggest amount. And when the cap spikes every few years, you want to be available to be extended. I think it's only
And
natural.
at 10 years, you get a certain level of pension
Yeah.
too.
And it's a
So
certain percentage that you can get to the cap when you're a
right.
star.
Right. And so my thing with OG Anunoby is the New York thing. I honestly feel like is an outdated statement from like the 90s. Like if you sign in New York, you can make endorsements such and such and such. But with the internet, the same amount of people that see Alan Hahn and Wally Zerbiak can also see Uncle Freezy and IKBM Dre if they choose to. Because the internet has leveled the playing field, right? Like legit IKBM Dre and myself on early on a Sunday morning or late Saturday night, depending on how you describe it, can be seen by eyes all over the world, and Thailand, the Philippines, everywhere, Portugal, all these different places, right? And in years past, you had to go through certain channels in order to be that. Now you don't have to do that, and for that reason, I'm saying that you don't have to be in New York City to make extra money. Now, will you get paid more money in New York City than you do in other places? Maybe because of the cost of living and rates and things of that sort. But the same money that you make through candy endorsements in New York City, you have to shell out a percentage of that cost of living stuff to live in that same place. Right. So it's not about, hey, Josh Hart makes $1 million for candy in New York, and then he's spending $800,000 through living expenses in the same place.
You know, it's
Bec-
funny. Not to cut you off, Reason. You know, it's funny. Josh Hart. I was listening to their podcast. Josh Hart actually lives in Miami, so he gets taxed like a Miami person, like a
right.
person in Florida.
He's smart. He's smart. Yeah.
And that's why I was speaking about, like, yeah, if you play in New York, that doesn't necessarily mean you're getting taxed like you live in New York.
That's his residence. His
Yeah,
residence is in
yeah,
the state of Florida.
he puts his residence in the state of Florida. And at this point of the game, if in the NBA today, you can have houses all over the place. So
Right.
with the way these guys live. So,
And
but
shout out to investors. Shout out to the portfolio managers that do that. Right. That's the smart thing to do. You don't have to have one residence. You can have, or I mean, I'm sorry, you don't have to have one property. You can have multiple properties.
yeah,
Quiet money in the building. Kerry Cox, the son of the legend, is in the building. Salute.
but this is where I disagree partially, Freezy. The role player benefits more from being on a winning basketball team from an optic standpoint than the star does. A star, if you're good enough to get a sneaker deal, that means that sneaker company is going to invest and put your face everywhere as possible, like Nike does with Giannis, right? If you're good enough
Right.
for that. But what about the guys that aren't good enough for a sneaker deal?
Right.
How are they getting more and more eyeballs put on them unless they're on a winning basketball team?
Right.
Because ain't nobody giving Josh Hart a sneaker deal.
Right. Well, how they do it, Dre, is this. Just because Nike doesn't pay you $98 million a year, don't mean that you can't invest in other. Bro, Troy Aikman makes more now as a real estate person in Texas than he did as a Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah.
Right. Now, did he use his persona as a Dallas Cowboy? to have a
100%. You
greater
have to.
financial life after football? Absolutely.
That was his face card. That's a
Right.
business card.
Right. He was the quarterback for America's team.
Just like you
R-
see John Stark selling those keys. John Stark's keys.
Right. Right.
Where's the Hyundai? He sells one of those shoes.
Right. It's the same. It's the same thing with people like Uncle Freezy and others, right? That take a certain talent or skill, right, and attaches a personality or a likability factor, and then does things that builds their portfolio.
But
That,
I
that's
like the fact you said Troy Aikman of the Cowboys.
right.
If it was Troy Aikman of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, no one would
Right.
care.
No,
His
no.
his his real estate, well, people would care, but his real estate portfolio would not be what it is.
Right. And so but the thing about it is, notice I said Troy Aikman of the Dallas Cowboys and not Troy Aikman of the New York Giants.
But you could say, I give you this, you could say Victor Cruz of the New York Giants, and he's still been eating off of that to
Yeah.
this day.
Even though Victor Cruz is a
And he
Chicago
wasn't that
Bear,
he
I get
wasn't he
it.
didn't last that long in the first place.
Yeah.
So to this
Yeah.
day, you're seeing Victor Cruz in commercials. You're seeing him at Knicks games. You're seeing him all over the place in New York for the most part.
Former Chicago Bear great, Victor Cruz. Yeah.
And you're telling me that there isn't no benefit to being at, like Victor Cruz's
That's
career.
why that's what we see.
Victor Cruz's career should like he.
But Dre, I never said that
Okay,
what there was no benefit of being in New York. What I'm
I'm saying
saying
there is
is,
a benefit,
I'm saying that the benefit is not as great as it used to be before the internet. Is what I'm saying.
and I'm saying that if you're not the super megastar, the benefit means a little bit more to the role player or the guy that didn't last that long. Like Tommy DeVito would not be a Tommy Cutlets would not be a thing in any other organization across the league. There would be no Tommy Cutlets if he was a Los Angeles Charger.
I don't know if I agree, Dre, because we had this. The Chicago Bears had the same type of story with Tyler Bagent,
And the
right?
Chicago is like the third or fourth largest market in the country,
Right, but it's not New York.
but it's still the third or fourth largest. And your fan base is also in the top 10 largest, even though
Well, we're not in the top 10 largest anymore.
not
But we
anymore.
used to. But we used to be. No, we
Oh,
used
okay.
to be, but not. Now, when you lose for a long time, bro, us and the Washington Commanders used to be in the top 5, but we're not in the top 5 anymore because extended amounts of losing will do that to you.
And watch when you bring this young boy across, this young boy you just drafted, and you make the playoffs. Do you know how crazy the fan like our reinvigorated fan base would be? I mean, you can see it. You can see it in the numbers alone. When the Knicks are good, things just look different.
I I,
There are way more eyeballs.
I understand that, but what I'm saying about the OG and Anobi thing, though, bro, is if you're OG and Anobi, why would I have to do a side hustle to make up money when I could just get that money from an organization straight away? Why
What if
why
he
why why the Knicks talking about side hustles? It makes no sense in my mind. If you are the Knicks, bro, I know you got the bread. And then listen, I know we overstate James Dolan's wealth, right? I think James Dolan is the 19th richest, the 20th richest owner in the NBA, right?
is he?
And this is
Well,
something.
in terms of liquid, yeah, but if we're talking straight assets, like things he owns, only the Clippers owner like has more. If we're talking
Nah,
about
bro.
straight like Freezy, if you were to sell MSG, the block in the middle of Lower Manhattan,
Right,
and Cablevision and
right,
the Rangers,
right,
we would be talking about tens of millions, tens of billions of dollars.
right. But the Cleveland Cavaliers owner off the muscle, off the rip, is worth 30 plus $billion right now. 30 plus $billion right now, just with Rocket Mortgage and the Cleveland Cavaliers. He don't own a second team, a bunch of stuff, bro. He's the second
The
richest
the
owner.
Cavs are his toy.
Right. Right. And the point is not about billionaire problems. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. Um, if you're the Knicks and you are offering 34 mil and it's got incentives for him to stay healthy, and you're OG Ananobi and the Sixers are offering you 40 mil guaranteed over 4 years, why would I take the Knicks offer? Because I could do a side hustle in New York.
What if he actually likes being in New York? What if he likes being a Knick?
But that's a separate conversation. That's a separate thing. If he likes New York, then that's separate than saying that he can make money on a side hustle. Right? I'm just that's all I'm trying to do is keep like different elements in different
Okay.
lanes.
Okay,
That's
100%.
all I'm
And
saying.
like you're trying to make it as clear minded, like without any additives to the conversation.
Right. Like it's
Why would I do X if there's Y?
right. Like why would have to go out and hustle for 45 when they'll just give me 45? And then when I if I do decide to do a side hustle, then that'll be icing on the cake. Maybe that'll get me to 46, 47, because role players are not going to make tens of millions of dollars on side hustles. Right? Their side hustles are going to be like 30K for an appearance, or not even 30K. Maybe they'll get 5K for an appearance for like 30 minutes. Right? And maybe they'll do that throughout the course of the season, just go do these certain things, do such and such event at the park. Somebody will throw them like 7K for like 3 hours and he'll
That,
go out and sign.
right. I'm saying like there's a reason Josh Hart took this Mike and Ike's sponsorship, but like for instance, Giannis would have no need for that.
Right. No. No.
But that's what I'm saying as far as like role play, like for role players that might matter the most. But the way you're putting it, when you're making as much money, when even the role players are making 30+ million dollars, the small time sponsorship might not mean as much to them.
Right. Even okay, for my example, right? For me, for Uncle Freezy, right? If I can make $200,000 a year and do something that I like to do in South Carolina, why would I go to New York and make 180 and then have to do a side hustle where I can make 50,000 more, maybe top out at 230, right? And I can stay in South Carolina. I could stay in right around here and make $200,000 and not even deal with the stuff in New York.
It's hard to compare it because those sums of money are so large that it's like it's like if I have a lot of guys when they hit a certain amount of figures, well, I guess it's all a matter of OG's perspective. But several guys in the league would take 1 or 2 million less to stay where they like to be at. I've seen it happen all the time. I mean, you've seen it happen within the Knicks organization. Guys have taken far less, but they usually are CAA guys compared to what their value is on the market.
Right.
So
Okay.
so it's I'm not, I understand that, but the reason why they're taking less is probably may not even be the New York market thing. It just maybe like the organization, and also the CAA part actually really matters because creative arts agency is literally an agency that helps you parlay into endorsements far easier than probably any other sports agency because it's right. The people that work there are hand in hand with Hollywood, with all types of other industries, whereas other other agencies aren't as plugged in. Like the CAA thing is very like a who's who from any industry that you could think of is part of creative
Right.
arts agency, and you couldn't say that about Clutch Sports. Couldn't really say that about WME. There's a ton of overlap. There's a ton of connections that happens when you're talking about CAA. unfortunately or fortunately, depending on what side of the spectrum you are.
Hey, but Dre, here's the thing. I respect what you're saying, right? How's that worked out over the last 4 years
For who?
for the Knicks? The connections to CAA, how's that worked out
We the only thing
over the
that it's
last four
worked
years?
out for us so far is that we've gotten a lot of guys from under market value. A lot of guys.
Right.
Basically, half our roster is guys paid under market value. I'm not going to count Brunson because he became who he is after he got paid. But the other guys kind of were known quantities. Even though Dante had his best career year, he could have got MLE from anywhere else, and he took less.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mitchell
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
Robinson was a known commodity as the best or one of the best offensive rebounders in basketball, and he took a contract of 4 years, decreasing in salary every year when he
Right.
didn't have to. Like he went all the way into straight up free agency.
Right.
Julius
Right.
Randle coming off of making an All NBA, putting up historic numbers, making all of us making the All Star game.
Once.
Once, of course, once, but
Once.
he's
Yeah.
smack dab in the middle of his prime when he took his
Right.
extension,
Right.
and he took
When
it for s-
significantly less.
60 million less than what he could have taken. Now, would
Right.
he have ever gotten the actual max? I doubt it, but
Right.
he probably left some money on the table if another team wanted to pick him up, right?
Right. Right.
So when we talking about the Knicks organization, we talking about even Josh Hart. Josh Hart could have turned down his option and got paid by another team, but he took his option, got paid by us, a nice piece of change,
Right.
but it didn't benefit him monetarily for the long term of his career to opt in when he's 29.
Oh, okay.
When you when you're 29, you don't opt in and take $12 million. The conventional wisdom for most players in that situation, Freezy, they opt out and get paid, and they try to put that option on the back end, a player option on the back end, so they can leave and get paid again as fast as possible. It doesn't benefit him long term.
I'm confused
They,
because I think the points. I think we're making gumbo. Right.
I mean,
The
my
thing
point.
is.
My point is, Freezy. The guys that we have on this team, CAA connection wise, they've all. There's 4 or 5 guys that literally took a pay. Well, not a pay cut, but they didn't take as much of a pay raise that they may have deserved on the open market. And this is why I was like, it didn't. It doesn't help us trade wise. Rose hasn't pulled off the big trade, but it doesn't really hurt us when a lot of the guys are taking extensions or contracts that are less in that are less than what they could have gotten on the open market. Now, no, Fritz, I'm reading that, Fritz. It's twofold.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's stay right there for just a
Okay.
second because I wanted to add something. I wanted to add something to that. I think the fact that Josh Hart picked up his player option and players do that. There when players pick up that option in order to extend, they already have the agreement in place of a dollar amount because you don't say. I don't care what line of business you're in, you're not going to sacrifice your potential, your earning potential, right? You're not going to sacrifice your earning potential for the moment that you're living in. You're just not. Like like when the Knicks lost to Miami and there was this thing and Knicks fans were mad that we were that close and all that stuff. When Josh Hart stepped away from that situation where Jalen Brunson dribbled and didn't pass him the ball against Miami, when he stepped away from that and his agents were thinking, hey, what's the long-term play here? Can I get 5 years or can I get 4 years of guaranteed NBA life, right? And his agent said you can get 5 years of guaranteed life in the NBA.
It's a team option in the
and he
last year,
said,
so it's 4.
and he said, huh?
He has a team option in the last year,
Yeah, it's a team option. Yeah, but it's
so
on
it's really
paper.
4 years, give or take. It's really he got this
It's
year,
5 years,
and then
because 5 years is on paper. The Knicks will have to do something. The Knicks will have to terminate it for it not to be 5 years. Right,
and if
right.
he's not performing, they probably would. If he falls off a cliff, they
Dre,
would just
Dre,
terminate.
Let me have my moment, bro. Just
My bad,
let me have my,
my bad,
let
my
me
bad.
because I think we're making gumbo out of it. Because with the same logic, it would have just been 3 years that he got plus one, right? And then, but what the point I'm making is how do I extend my NBA mortality? Is what Josh Hart is thinking. Can we put 4 years on paper? Right? They'll be like, well, what's the dollar amount for 4 years? Well, we'll offer you 4 years, 17. That'll be like 4 years, 68. Right? And he's thinking, oh man, 4 years, 17. I can dig that. I'll do that this summer. Well, the Knicks are like, no, man, we don't have any salary cap space to make any other moves. If you become an unrestricted free agent and this is the wave, how about pick up your option for 12.9, and then we'll give you 4 years 80, or on the other 4 years whatever it is at the other 4 years
It's
80.
it's 3 years,
And
58 guaranteed.
Dre, let me have my moment, bro. Dre keeps saying, Dre, you keep chopping it, bro. It don't matter that is
It's
because
still a lot of money.
but
It's
Dre,
still a lot of
but
money.
what I'm saying to you, bro, and I don't think you listening to me, is if he would have terminated that team option and it would have been 3 years, 58, right? It would have been 3 years, right? Right? It just
He
been,
did it. He did it so Dante could get paid.
bro. What I'm saying to you is, and I don't think you hear me on it, is it doesn't matter. The main thing is that man was concerned about his NBA mortality. How long can I stay in the league making decent money? That was his mindset. Right. So it benefited both sides that they can bring in Dante and things of that sort. But if it were a thing where it was like 2+1, then he wouldn't have done it, because he wants to stay in the league as long as he can, making a reasonable dollar amount. Like if
Yeah,
Josh Hart in year 5 of this run is playing at the same level, the Knicks are going to pick up that team option. If he's the same player or better, they're going to pick that option up because it's going to be a steal for them, right? And Josh Hart will still be making enough money where at 33, 34 years old, he can be making a valuable NBA contract, right? That's the point that I'm getting at. And if you're OG Anunoby, you're looking at your NBA mortality, right? Like, how long can I push this thing out and make a great deal of money, right? And if you're OG, do you look at, if I pick up my $19 million player option and ask the Knicks to give me 4 years, 180, Knicks fans are going to be like, 45 mil a year? Is he crazy? But they won't consider that OG will be playing on under market value in that first year at 19 million.
it'll be mutually beneficial
Right.
for the organization and the player.
Right.
But
And
but I don't think he
OG
does
will
that.
be here, but OG will be here for 5 years. So in theory, it'll be like 5 years, 199 million.
Yeah, and he'd
Is
be
is
making
what I'm saying.
essentially 40 a year,
Yeah.
essentially. But this is from like it was beneficial for Josh Hart to do it for the Knicks, and we turned around. He scratched our back, we scratched his back.
Right.
Now
But the player is not obligated to do that.
the player is definitely not obligated to do that, but conventional wisdom and like capologists all think OG's going to opt out to get a big payday because conventional wisdom states that most players, when they're 27, 28, they opt out to get paid money. And this is where the CAA part comes into play, where if Josh Hart didn't have these connections already, I don't know in any other place that he would have opted in. Most teams don't do the opt in and extension thing. Like it's not that common for across the league.
Right.
It's not that it's just not that common
I
where
I, I understand that.
where a player gives back money in the short term to take money on the back end. A lot of players and agents think they can get the money on the short term and in the back end, so they're just gonna be like,
And they can, and they
yeah,
will.
and that's why they take the three. They take the three with the player option on the last year, so they have the flexibility and the option to opt out and then get paid at an earlier date, and the last year is just a safety valve in case their career goes awry and they get injury. Whereas Josh Hart is doing the reverse, where it's extremely beneficial to the organization, and most players don't think about what's beneficial to the organization. And this is where the whole CAA thing comes into play, where it actually matters, because that sort of scenario that you're describing is not all that. It's not common across the league.
Right. Right.
It's just not.
No, I get that part. Let me say this real quick. JJ, what's good, brother? Is JJ? I hadn't seen you in a minute, man. I hope all is well.
Salute,
Fritz
JJ.
Alcindor is in the building. Salute.
Salute,
Hey, what's up?
Fritz.
What's up?
Salute. Hey, so the thing I was gonna point out to Dre is the lanes that we're saying about New York is exactly why the last point that you made is exactly why I made the initial point about New York. Right? The New York City and the Knicks are it's an uncommon situation, right? The thing about the Knicks is Brooklyn can go get a star anytime they want. Anytime they want, bro, they can go get a mega. So they've proven it since day one. They'll go get Kevin Garnett. They'll go get whoever. They'll go get Kevin Durant. They'll go get Kyrie, James Harden, Ben Simmons, Vince Carter, um, Jason Kidd, whoever they want. They'll go get that player, right? They'll go get that player, and you don't hear the conversation about people taking less money. That's why I think the New York conversation is convenient. The Knicks conversation is a convenient conversation. Like, oh, stars will come here and take less money because you can make Kevin Durant ain't took no less money to come to play for Brooklyn. Kyrie did not take, and they play in New York also. I think our Knicks perspective, our Blanche
Here,
lenses, I think our Blanche lenses has us thinking that a star will come to New York to take less money because they can make more money doing other stuff. But
Nobody
other
has
but other stars come to New York, they go to Brooklyn and they
I'm
get the
I'm not
bag and still make money.
I'm not talking about stars. The guys that I described that took less money aren't considered household name type stars like the James Hardens or the Kyries or Kevin Durant's.
well,
A
Okay.
lot of the guys that we did get beneficial contracts with are not stars of that caliber, at least not yet.
well,
Right.
I
So
think there's an old conversation as well because that's an old conversation when like more like the 90s 2000s when
Yeah.
shoe companies would pay more, and the shoe
Right.
companies were like the alternate, income. Now there's so many incomes, it's not really a conversation anymore.
the
Right.
incomes, like we talking
it,
about
it was it
legit
was a it
legit
was a it was a
stars. We
Nike
talking about
conversation more than
Well, we
anything.
talking about. I'm not talking about legit superstars, mega stars and superstars and guys like that. They get paid no matter where they are on the planet. It doesn't, like if Luka Doncic decided to take off for a year and just be in Europe, that check gonna still clear from Jordan Brand and all
Right.
his other endorsements. Like he's still Luka Doncic. Like it's that's different. I'm talking about role players and role players alone. And the thing that like we talking about, I'm not talking about stars taking pay cuts. I'm talking about the guys that we have in house or that guys that have been in the building already. And 9 times out of 10, they take the pay cut. Like if you've been within the organization, you take the pay cut. Now, remember, I'm talking about. I don't. Leon Rose hasn't shown me an ability to get the superstar, let alone to get the superstar to take a pay cut. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about guys that wound up within the organization at some point. They've all fell in line with regards to something like that. Well, I'm not talking about getting a free agent or a superstar trade and then trying to extend him. A superstar is going to take the max because of what they bring to an organization. Period. They max contracts for a superstar is still underpaid. So why would they take less anyway for what they bring to the organization monetarily? So I'm not talking about those guys. I'm talking about the Josh Harts, the Mitchell Robinsons, to a lesser extent the Julius Randles, the Dante DiVincenzo's. Like those guys are taking less. And for that connection alone, if you're getting role players to take less, it makes it easier for when you do have to cash out and pay your supermax guy, where you're having top tier or high end role players around that superstar, while they're got those guys at the lower end are getting paid less to fit within the cap, the constructs of the cap, and you still paying your star whatever it is. Like if I put it this way, if we were to get a superstar for Easy, we paying that superstar the max, whatever it is.
Yeah,
We paying top dollar for that superstar.
that was my point.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not, but I'm talking about the role players and or non quote unquote non stars. Like OG is on the borderline. You consider him a star if he's around the league. When we talk about like the things that stars bring monetarily to a franchise,
Okay.
OG's not gonna OG alone with his face card or how he speaks or his marketability. He's not gonna bring a ton of money to the organization beyond what he does on the court, which is fine. Like you'd like to pay for on court production. But if OG Ananobi was this megastar household name, we're paying for the name and for the game. And for that, that's like when you talking about when you said Anthony Davis is gonna make a figure that starts with six,
Right.
even if he were to get a figure that starts with six, he's underpaid for what he brings to the Lakers monetarily with jersey sales or just his stardom. Or anytime you see him, if you see him on Team USA, that's dollars going to the Lakers as well. Like that matters. Whereas OG Ananobi, you're paying for just the on-court product, and that's perfectly fine. You can't really compare him to guys like that. But it's hard to. It's complete. It's not
Yeah,
hard.
that's not what I was comparing.
I know, but you're saying like he needs to make X while
No,
Anthony
no, no.
Davis
That
is
wasn't
making
that
this.
wasn't my Anthony Davis comparison. What I said was, is Anthony Davis 180% better, or provide 180% more on the court than OG Ananobi does? Because
Not on the
when
court.
you look at
Not on the court. I don't think so on the court, Freezy. No, but when you're talking about the business of basketball, what he earns the franchise is definitely 180% more than what OG would earn for the Knicks monetarily. Yeah, yeah. If someone offers him $100 million, I doubt it. He can go. I'm not paying
yeah,
that.
not but my thing with Anthony Davis and OG is not just that, bro. What I'm saying is, what I was comparing was the salary number, right? Is Anthony Davis? Think about this. If OG Ananobi is offered, if OG Ananobi takes 35 mil a year, and Anthony Davis is making 63 mil a year, then Anthony Davis is making about 92% more than OG Ananobi. Is Anthony Davis worth 92% more in salary or on the court for than OG Ananobi?
Not on the
Abs-
court, but not on the
Absolutely
court,
not.
but in the business of basketball, he's definitely worth more than that.
Probably. It's probably worth
Ain't
it.
no probably. No, he
Yeah,
is worth
nah,
more
he.
than
I don't think he is.
that. Nah, Freezy,
And
he is.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think. And then think about Jalen Brunson's number,
Uh,
right? Jalen Brunson, if he accepts the $39 million extension, 4 years, $39 million, right? Is Jalen Brunson or is Anthony Davis 86%? I think it's 85, 86% more in salary and on the court than Jalen Brunson, who took $39 million a year.
He
no.
absolutely is not. But if he
Right.
were to take that, would you have to at least acknowledge that Leon Rose has some sort of spell on guys within the organization to make them
Well,
take less?
not. But the thing is that
I don't think he would do it. It wouldn't make sense for him to do it,
the
in my
thing is
opinion.
that Brunson would be taking pretty much a rookie extension, and
Right.
then he's on his third extension. It's not, it's apples to oranges.
It's not what professionals do, bro. You don't take John Morant Zion money when you're a better player and more established in your career than Zion and John Morant.
Yeah, yeah. So if he took that, it doesn't
It's a
make
bad look for
sense.
yeah,
It's
it's
bad.
a
It's
bad
bad business, but
The NBA PA would be pissed off if it actually happened.
that's the point that I'm getting at. The money thing. I think what we're saying is, well, they can take less money and make up more money in New York because it's New York thing.
oh, that's not true.
I,
Yeah.
I
No,
think
no,
that's
no, 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 no,
I
no.
think that's a played out narrative, bro. We have to be in the we I think we have to think about these players as corporations and think about global markets, right? Yao Ming was valuable to the Houston Rockets, not because he was in Houston, Texas. It was because of China,
Mhm.
right? It's like we have to think about the global markets and people's impact. The reason why Houston even drafted Yao Ming is because of China.
Yeah, and they changed the branding too. Like
Yeah.
the court was
Yes.
Chinese. The court had Chinese
Yeah.
letters. The logo changed.
But the, like, but
It wasn't because of New York City. It wasn't because of Madison Avenue.
but those guys are bona fide stars with reach and impact. No one's gonna buy a sneaker if Josh Hart's name is on it. I'm talking about role players, guys that don't make anywhere near the max or aren't considered to make near the max.
He
Those
got paid.
guys tend to take less for us for whatever reason.
He got paid.
He got paid. He got paid, and he got paid on the back end. But 9 times out of 10 in the league, guys do not opt in when on the option when they're 28.
Oh, but the thing
Who
is, Leon Rose has has built the reputation, and Knicks have built a reputation of not screwing guys. If this was Philadelphia, do you think Daryl Morey could get somebody to opt in after what he did to James Harden?
Hell no.
no. No.
But that's what connections are. Like the deal helped the Knicks and it helped the player. But in other scenarios, the player would just help the player and help the player.
No, but the Knicks have built that capital to know,
That capital and
that personal
trust,
capital, that
that
trust that
capital,
I'm not going to screw you, and I'm going to make sure. You know what I mean?
that capital and trust existed far before Leon Rose was a Knick or ran the Knicks organization.
That came
He's
from Dolan, because
no no
Dolan never, when he never screwed people out of money,
no no
or
no.
when he could
No,
have.
he always paid
If
people.
that was the case, Melo would have took less. That man Melo got paid his max on the first and the
I
15th.
know, but that's the Knicks built that up because Dolan was one person. Like there's some contracts he could have got
Eh,
out of.
But
There's stuff.
I'm saying that's the cachet that Leon Rose brought to this organization. That's not a Dolan thing. That's a Leon Rose thing. That's a William Weston thing.
Okay.
I'm being so sincere when I say that.
And what I'm saying, Dre, is even role players, even role players, bro, when they come to New York, bro, I don't know if that's the wave. Like for instance, if I was to ask you who's the wealthiest Knicks role player that you can remember? The wealthiest that you know is flat out rich right now, wealthy right now.
I couldn't tell you. You know more than me as far as that. I don't know.
Fritz, who do you
Um,
think is the wealthiest?
role player,
Yeah,
Al Harrington, maybe. Well, I'm not sure.
Well, he has the dispensaries, so
it's not.
and he
It's
was
not.
getting shoe deals too.
It's not even. It's not even close, bro. It's Aaron Aflalo. It's not even close.
I have no idea
It's
what he
it's
does.
Aaron Aflalo legit almost purchased the Minnesota Timberwolves. Aaron Aflalo, legit. Aaron Aflalo got outbid by was in the running like the final groups. I think there were like three groups. I think there was a weird Kevin Garnett group that wasn't really Kevin Garnett's group. I think he was just in it, headlined by Kevin Garnett for name recognition. And then there was the A Rod group, headlined by A Rod and
Aaron
name
Aflalo
recognition.
was in a group. Not he was. He has a lot of money. Don't get it twisted, but he was in a group. He wasn't by
I know that
himself.
Dre, you gotta let me finish. Oh, go ahead, bro.
My fault. My fault. My fault. My
No,
fault.
no, no, what I was gonna say is Aaron Aflalo was in a group, but he headlined that group of investors. Whereas those other two were in a group that added name, like the group that bought the Commanders, Josh, whatever his name is, had Magic Johnson in his group, right? But the dude Josh, whatever his name is, was the wealthiest. Magic Johnson was added for name recognition
Hmm.
and investment part two, right? But Aaron Aflalo, a role player for the Knicks and the Magic and the Nuggets and um um some other stuff, bro. Aaron Aflalo is wealthy, right? And not because of what he did in New York City, right? It's because guys find ways to make money when there is money to be made and they're smart with their money. I don't think it's, I don't know if, and honestly, I can't speak to if he had a candy deal in New York City that made him a bajillionaire. I don't know, right? But I did see his thing, a thing with him and Junior um Bridgman, I think his name is, from the Denver Nuggets. And I know a guy that used to play in the NBA. I know two of them that used to play in the NBA, and they talked to me specifically about portfolio management. And the thing about it is, Fritz, you remember Tom Hammonds used to play power forward for the Washington Bullets?
I know. I remember the name. Yeah.
I was in a I had a conversation with him and we were sitting in a room and in a room with Alex English, the dude that I always give credit to, like on this channel and wherever I go, bro. The thing about building wealth and making money on the side is it's not just a specific thing issue. It's about doing stuff the right way, building up your stuff and being a businessman, period. It's the reason why when Dre was talking to me about Josh Hart getting a candy endorsement, and I saw Carmelo Anthony in New York City buy in part ownership of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? I knew it wasn't just a New York City thing, right? Because the Ninja Turtles are not a New York City thing; it's a Rhode Island thing, right? And they capitalize in New York, do business in New York. But guys are not going to come here. Guys are not going to, you're not going to promise guys that they can go find, you can't promise guys that they can go find a side hustle in New York, bro. Cats like guaranteed money, man.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of that
I
wealth
don't
is like
even.
people
I'll
getting
say.
a
Go ahead, Fritz. Go ahead, Fritz.
no. Yeah. A lot of that wealth is like people getting, endorsing something, get a 5% of the company, type. That type of stuff. But
Right.
I don't
we
even.
get
But I don't even think it's just a New York thing. I think it's just a creative arts agency thing. Just like you said, the internet can take you anywhere. But there's. I'm gonna keep it real with you. The creative arts agency is that impactful. It is. It is. It is an over. It is probably the largest agency across entertainment media. Period.
Right.
And the connections between William Wesley and Leon Rose towards that it has always been a thing. Like I think the thing that gets lost in a lot of this is Leon Rose was LeBron's agent, as well as a bunch of other mega stars, and it wasn't just by an accident either. He
Right.
was the guy. If you wanted an agent at the time to take care of all your needs and put you in position, Leon Rose was your guy, and William Wesley was the bag man
He won.
associated to that.
He won. He won. He beat out Jordan's agent, Peter, whatever his name is. He beat out guys like Arn Tellem, right? He beat out all those guys. Like, I'm not disputing the Leon Rose thing. What I'm saying is, if this is true, how come free agents aren't beating down the door to get to New York?
I don't know, Freezy. I
If
don't
that,
know.
if that's the
The
case,
situation
then
hasn't been nice. The situation isn't.
I mean, before let me keep it real with you, Freezy. Before Jalen Brunson became this, you think guys were coming here to play with Julius Randle?
um, what about before Julius Randle?
He We got here when Julius Randle was on his 3 year, $60 million contract.
No, no, I'm saying what about before Randle?
He was, but Leon Rose was in here before Randle. No, that's what I'm saying. It's not a New York thing. It's a Leon Rose thing.
We
And
we
the
we
Knicks
were in the
fan
same
base.
situation. You know, KD's camp wanted to come here.
The Knicks aren't cool.
It's the same. It's the same. Somebody had to want to be here.
In that summer of 2019, where free agents were going everywhere, nobody wanted to come to New York City. New York City existed before Leon Rose.
Who was the best player in 2019 on the Knicks? Who
Dre,
was
I'm
even
not,
running the organization
but
in
but
Knicks?
Dre, no, but okay, all right. I give up on this one, bro. I don't want to talk about that one no more. Fritz, what's good, bro?
Doing good, doing good.
I got to give up on that one. I'm sorry. I know that was petty, but
I
I
mean,
mean, players want money or money in situation. That's you
money,
know what I mean. The better
situation, power.
situation.
Like, I don't think before when KD wanted to come, if KD, well, the word was KD wanted to come here, and Kyrie kind of changed his mind, right?
Well, he was injured. He was
Yeah, he
injured
was
too.
injured. He wasn't going to play regardless, but Kyrie wanted to play for the Nets for, well,
Yeah.
because he grew up a Nets fan, so he persuaded KD, I guess, to say.
No, no, but
But
well, he's a little bit different, and he wanted a new team,
I think
and,
yeah, I
and
think
came
the
with new
goalpost
perks.
is moved again. See, I think the goalpost is
I didn't
being
even get
moved
to finish my
because
point before you could say
the
that.
goalpost is moved because is it a Knicks thing or is it a New York thing? And when I point out that it's not a New York thing, we talk about the Knicks. But then when I point out the Knicks thing, we talk about New York
It's multi-pronged. It's
because
not
K
just
because
it's
K
not
because
it's not
KD
just one thing.
KD KD did take the bag and he did come to New York to speak to the New York point. Right? It's not a New York thing. KD took money in New York. Kyrie Irving took
Mhm.
money in New York. It was a Knicks thing. They didn't like the Knicks.
And they went and hijacked the Nets organization with
That don't have nothing
uh,
to do with money though, bro.
it has nothing to do with money, but that's the quality, I guess, quote unquote quality of life. They ran that entire organization from top down with with
And
nobody
they
rebuttal.
also raised the net value of that franchise from 14 to 7. Right? The Nets were the
Because
14th most
that's what
valuable,
superstars do.
even with a brand new stadium, they were 14th in net value. Right? They signed and when they were there for a couple of years, and Brooklyn was the seventh most valuable franchise. And it may be even higher right now. We don't know.
That's why superstars don't take pay cuts on maxes
Right. Yeah.
because they bring so much money to organizations. That's why I was like, when you say like Leon Rose, we think Leon Rose gonna get a superstar to take money? Hell no, he's not gonna get, and he wouldn't even tell a real deal superstar to take less money. As an agent, like his fiduciary duty, it wouldn't even be to do that. It wouldn't be wise at all Tell, hey, I know you're great. I know Joel Embiid. I know you're amazing. But if we trade for you and we extend you, we're gonna ask you to take less. That would just never happen.
No, he could no, and they're not going to do it. They'll be disgruntled.
Yeah.
They'll be disgruntled. Look at James Harden.
These dudes
Right?
be like, I make you at this much money, and you not gonna give me the maximum
You can
percentage.
double, Dre. That's what I'm saying. You can double a franchise's worth, right? You can, for instance, Golden State before Steph Curry and the Golden State run. I think Golden State was
They were
20.
worth less than $1 billion
They
when he
were the
got there.
27th. They were I think they were 27th ranked franchise. Right now, they're number one.
They were
Mhm.
sold for like $800 million when
That,
Steph was there.
that's why Steph will. Yes, Steph will get. He has last word on everything.
And that's why.
Because
That's why. That's why Clay will
their
probably.
first two championships, he only made $5 million a year.
Yeah, and that's probably why Clay will retire a Golden State Warrior, bro.
No. He was on a 11 million. Well, he was on a 4-year, $44 million contract. He made 11 million.
Yeah, he made 11 mil. Yeah, yeah, off his rookie deal. Yeah, off his rookie deal, and he got burned by Nike too. So it wasn't just Golden State. The Nike
They didn't want
deal,
to give
eh,
him. They didn't want to give him a signature shoe. They were giving him these cheap
and they
deals.
showed him the Kevin Durant presentation when they was in Steph Curry tell the story. He went to Under Armour. The reason why he left is because the people from Nike didn't even change his name on the presentation. It had Kevin Durant on it.
Oh,
And he knew as soon as they did it, they were like, oh wait, who didn't change the slide? They were pointing around. Nike fumbled the bag. That man left. He talked to Under Armour. Under Armour offered him ownership and all types of,
equity.
kind of like Julius Randle and Joel Embiid are doing right now with
The
Skechers.
Skechers. Yeah,
Yeah,
he owns. I don't know the percentage of Under Armour, but he owns a percentage.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's less than 10% of Under. I think it's less than 5% of Under Armour. But the mere
Uh,
fact that he can be in their ownership meeting and eventually buy up other stock in Under Armour and all that stuff
Breezy, it's
means
funny.
something.
Every player that has a Skechers deal is a CAA client. That is an example of CAA connections, right
Okay.
there.
Okay.
And to diminish that as not a factor is crazy.
Right.
Every single player that's on a Skechers deal that has a percentage is a CAA player.
Right. You notice they're not on. Okay. All right. It's Skechers, bro.
I mean, they're not, it doesn't. Hey, you remember you mentioned the percentage and making a lot of money off of it.
Right.
Joel Embiid is probably a top 5 most recognizable face in basketball right now, and even
Okay.
he decided to go to Skechers for a percentage.
Right. Right.
I'm not going to diminish that.
Right. I'm not diminishing. I'm not diminishing that either. Right. I'm not diminishing that either. I think that's a come up, right? For those guys, right? But all those Sketches deals wasn't done in New York, bro. I'm getting back to the New York thing.
No. I'm saying it's a Leon Rose thing, not a New York thing.
Right. Joel Embiid is in Philly. Somebody else is on Skechers
Leon
also.
Rose was Joel Embiid's agent before,
Okay.
and they're
Oh,
still really cool friends. But
right.
for
And
obvious reasons, they can't be that close because they're within the NBA. So
yeah, and so for the record, man, I'm not bashing New York, bro. I love New York. I just want us to embrace certain things, right? I just want us to embrace certain things, right? Like one of the things I want Knicks fans to embrace, and this is me being selfish, right? Is I want the Knicks fans to embrace less of, if you can do it here, you can do it anywhere, and embrace more of winning championships is hard, and you need to custom fit yourself for the hard work that's involved with building a dynasty. Not that now I don't care how you do it, because if you do it here, you can do it anywhere. No, I don't want them to embrace that. I want them to embrace that building a championship is hard work, and there's going to be a lot of frustration. That's why getting to the mountaintop is so key. Not that, hey, man, if you can win it, one chip in New York is like 10 chips in Golden State. Well, when you get that one chip, I'll find out when I get that one chip.
Well, they halfway to that 10. So
Right. That's what I'm saying. How are you going to tell me it's sweeter in New York when I saw San Antonio raise the trophy? It's sweeter in New York and I saw Miami raise the trophy. It's sweeter in New York and I saw Toronto, Ontario, Canada raise the trophy. It's sweeter in New York, but I saw Milwaukee, Wisconsin raise the trophy. Right? Like telling me the outdated stuff, bro. I don't want to hear the outdated stuff no more, bro. I just want you to do it.
I don't even think it's like a sweeter New York thing, because even if we were historically a winning franchise, we would just have pompous fans that stuck their nose up like Lakers fans. So, and they don't view it as sweeter. They just demand that excellence at that point.
And so does Boston. So does Boston. But you know what they have? The reason why they get apathetic at times is because they felt what it's like to be a champion.
Yeah.
Bro, no lie. One championship, I was 2 years old. The other championship, I was 5 years old, bro. I was 5 years old. Cat, those were not my championships. I didn't even know what was going on. I was a kid, a little kid.
Right? Like, who was this guy with the pork chop sideburns?
Right. When Joe Namath and the Jets won a Super Bowl, bro, I was an arm baby, bro. I'm not even a Jets fan, but I was an arm baby, bro. I can legit say with great disdain and joy at the same time that the only team that I can say that I embraced a championship was the Mets. Right? The Mets won the World Series in 86. I could legit embrace it because I was old enough to embrace it. But for those that were not alive for those Knicks championships, man, y'all can't, bro. Y'all are doing yourselves a disservice when you listen to old school narratives and tinker with conversations that are not fruitful, because y'all don't know what it's like to win a championship, right? If the Knicks have not won a championship while you were an adult, then the biggest disservice of all is to you guys, that you don't know, you were not 27 years old and you was out with your girl uptown and the Knicks watching the game in the bar, a game 6, and the Knicks were closing out the Lakers. 8 minutes left to go in the game. The Knicks are up 25, and you have a sense that the Knicks are about to win this championship. And then you look at the TV, the bar is going crazy because both sides waved the white flag, and there's 2 minutes left to the Knicks starting to pop champagne, and the Knicks are the world champs. Y'all don't know what that feels like. So the conversation is like, yeah, all we got to do is such and such and such and such, and we'll win a chip. If it were that easy, the Knicks would already have 7 of them. Building a championship is in New York is difficult. And you notice, and the reason why I say that is you noticed when teams change their ownership, when the Giants start transitioning away from an owner that demanded excellence or else, and when Steinbrenner finally went away, these teams never won a championship again. Bro, the Yankees haven't won a chip since 2009. Yeah, that's like 15 years, bro. Since the old man was walking around. He demanded them be championship or bust. It's not about being greedy, bro. It's about finding out how to do it and doing it, right? Not making friends, not making allies, don't care about the money. Sometimes it's a little shady, but you got to do what it takes to win, bro. And the Knicks, for the last 50 years, we have not done that. The Jets, the Mets,
don't even get started.
The Mets haven't won a championship in 38 years, bro. Trust me, I know. I live it every day. right? And if you're the Knicks, and that's what I'm saying, Dre. That's why when you say stuff, bro, I think it's exceptionally smart, and I care about what you say, right? But at times, and no disrespect, I think it's like a walk in the tulips at times, right? Like I think part of it is that I know a lot of you guys that watch this channel feel like I'm an old man just spewing stuff, and I won't listen to what other people say, and I cut people off and all that stuff. I know that's how y'all feel about me at times. But the thing is that I want to relate to everyone is if you don't know what it's like to be up 17 in a finals game 7 with 45 seconds left on the clock and you're dribbling out the basketball and you could see they cut to split screen where they're rolling the champagne in your locker room, then you have no sense of what it's like to be a Knicks fan that actually won something that's worth talking about. Right? Like the situation we're in, Fritz, right now, the situation that we're in right now, bro, we are not even likely to win the division over the next 4 or 5 years, let alone a championship. We probably won't. It's an uphill climb for us to win our own division. And these are the type of things that I'm talking about. Like, I think that we need to put in the mirror, like, yo, we're talking about Anthony Edwards and Luka the next 5 years. Bro, how about us being better than Boston? Can we do that first? Build this contender, bro. Build it. Like, I don't care nothing about Josh Hart and Mike and Ikes and all that stuff, bro. I don't care. Can we knock off Boston? Right? And for cats like Ty Barbie that's in the chat, long time Knicks fans that have been through the struggle, watch the OJ chase, watch John Starks in a game 7 on a sprained a grade 2 MCL sprain, all these different things, bro. Watch the Fritz, the most heartbreaking thing that I saw recently, or maybe over the last 25 years, is the Knicks be up 3-2 against Indiana. The Knicks be up 3-2 against Indiana with a shot to go to the conference finals, and the injury bug has us falling apart. And you could see the conference finals. You can almost reach for the conference finals. You can almost touch it. And the team fall apart and can't make it to the end. And what I'm telling Knicks fans is that moment where where the conference finals was just out of your reach, where you can grab it, you only needed to win one game. That's not guaranteed, bro. That's not guaranteed. That's the 90s Knicks thinking. Like, all we need to do is add one piece. Man, if we could just stay healthy. Nah, bro. None of these moments are fleeting, bro. These moments are fleeting. In the year 2000, when the Knicks lost to the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals, right? In 2000, when the Knicks lost to the Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals, we were like, yo, all we need is a couple of more shooters, add some size, and we'll be back. And from 2000 to
touch it.
And from 2000 to last month, it was the most frustrating 25 seasons you ever seen in your life. Think about that. You're that close, right? You're that close to the finals, right? Indiana beats you. You're like, if we get Patrick Ewing a backup, think about it. Pat Ewing is 38 years old, right? We're like, all we need to do is get Patrick Ewing a backup. We get a backup for Pat Ewing and go get a point guard, and we'll be straight.
Patrick Ewing was icing up his knees for the last 15 years.
Right. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's why when I hear Dre speak to these points, I'm like, bro, I wish I had that type of bright outlook on the future of the Knicks. But as a longtime Knicks fan, bro, I just can't, because I've been through too many different things. But I want to be that.
Is it a bright outlook? Because I could put it as plainly. You have a 1 in 30 chance to win a championship every year. Injuries factor in as to a reason why it's 1 in 30, and even makes it even smaller.
Right.
winning championships are not easy. I'm very well aware of it. But in this current scape of the NBA, where depth matters the most, when you're looking around the league, where you see teams that are getting to the finals, it's not just because of their 1-2 punches, because they have depth that is cheap. Like you're just looking at PJ Washington and Gafford essentially changing the trajectory of their team off of depth. They're role players. One guy that's making a vet minimum, DJJ. Depth matters the most. Well, doesn't matter the most. Obviously, having a star matters, but depth is also at its most important point right now as it's ever been. And it's looking like this organization knows how to attain depth without paying a premium for it. And I think, yes, it might sound cliche or corny. We are literally one move away, solely because this organization has identified a particular identity, a structure, and a formula that works in terms of winning. Yes, injuries, you gotta pray for health, but the talent and the means that they acquire talent, it's helpful that they know how to acquire depth, the depth pieces, without paying a premium for them. And when you have that already in tow, unfortunately, just making the next move is going to be the hardest move. But I'd rather it be one move left than having to make 17 moves to figure out who we are, what we're going to do, how we're going to get to this championship level. We already freezing. We already know how this team is going to function, how this team is going to play when it gets to the having the opportunity to compete at the highest level. We already have that in tow. A lot of organizations don't have that. It's the reason why we were one of the last. Well, we finished basically top six in the NBA while being gimped and hollowed out due to injuries. It's not that far. So yes, it's the bleak mentality is it's a 1 in 30 chance to win a championship, but I don't think we're far at all compared to literally 85% of the league. I don't if on this trajectory that we're headed in, yes, Leon Rose hasn't proven that he can get the superstar. I understand that, but the trajectory is showing me that it's showing me that we're headed in this direction that is going to be in contention for the next 3 or 4 years. And the minimum you can ask for is to be in contention, because once you get in contention, there are things that happen to us that might happen to other teams, injuries. And once you're within that grasp of being in contention every year, you have put yourself in position to have the breakthrough. You may not win multiple championships, but you may have the opportunity to get to a finals. And if you get to one, that's the goal, to get to one and win one. And I think we're putting ourselves in a position to always, well, not always, but to put ourselves in position to always be in contention, to be one of the last 4 or 5 teams left, to be as viewed as one of the contenders. And if you are in that conversation, that means any lucky bounce, any inconvenience for another team could wind up with us holding the championship. It could factor in, because when you're looking around the league, the Celtics right now, they put themselves in position to contend. Well, with the Jays, they put themselves in position to contend every year, and other teams have fallen apart. But because they put themselves in that position to contend, they're going to a finals where they might win, they may not win, who knows? But you have to at least give yourself a chance. I think we're putting ourselves in position to give ourselves a chance every single year, at least for when Brunson's in.
I, I know. I don't know. When I look at the Celtics, I think they got two main pieces early, and they've been experimenting forever with them two pieces, and they finally found a mix that looks like it can work. But you need those two pieces first. Like without those two pieces, if they had just Jaylen Brown and they didn't have Tatum, the mixing they would have been for nothing. Like, but you need those two pieces.
Right. So, hey, salute to Our Future Media. Our Future Media says, salute Knicks family. Totally agree with you. Knicks can't stay pat, and have to keep adding pieces along with this roster, in order to win. Salute, bro. Appreciate the generous contribution. The, excuse me. The thing I was getting at is um, you can build a contender and be the Memphis Grizzlies, which I think that's the route the Knicks are headed. And that
Yo,
Memphis Grizzlies contention where all playoff runs lead through the Mike Conley, Marc Gasol Memphis Grizzlies.
mhm.
I think that's where we're going to be in that echelon of every NBA champion is going to have to beat the Knicks in order to win their championship. Right? I don't want the Knicks to be that. Right? I want the Knicks to be that team that is, yeah, like the Rangers, bro, like the Rangers, bro, kind of like the St. Louis Cardinals used to be, right? Kind of like, well, the Cardinals won some World Series.
Yeah, they won.
Kind of
They
like how the Boston Red Sox used to be. All roads lead through Boston. You're not going to win a championship unless you beat Boston in the playoffs before they broke out, right? What I'm saying is if the Knicks don't go out and acquire a top 10 bona fide star next to Jalen Brunson, our road is going to be tough every year.
It's
right?
hard to sustain.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for us. The thing about the Memphis Grizzlies is the Memphis Grizzlies during the Golden State Warriors run was probably better than Golden State at times during that run, but every now and then
they went up 2-1 on Golden State in 2015 and lost that series.
Right. And so what I'm saying is when you build it like the Memphis Grizzlies, right? When you build it like the Clyde Drexler Portland Trailblazers, right? When you build it like the Gary Payton Seattle Supersonics, it's too the margin of error is too small. One bad shooting night and now you're down 2-1 and in a series and your offense is catered around one person. Is what I'm getting at. Like our margin of victory is too small with Jalen Brunson. I'm not saying Jalen Brunson's not the guy. I absolutely feel like he is a guy. But every winner that you can remember had like 3 dudes, like a core of 3 guys you knew were going to show up every night. And if your 3 guys, and think about this, if your 3 guys are Brunson, Randall, and OG Anunoby, do you think that's a winning 3 guys? Say when OG Anunoby is hurt and you add Dante DiVincenzo. Is Dante DiVincenzo, Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle a winning core? Say Randall is out, right? Say it's or say some nights it's 4 guys: DiVincenzo, Hart, OG, and Brunson. Is that enough to win a championship? Absolutely
Well,
not.
I could say this though.
But Dre, let me finish. The point I'm saying is the point I'm getting is at the margin of error is too small. Whereas if one of those guys remembers that he's a role player, you lost. And the other point that I was going to make is the window for you to start making championships is already closed for the Knicks, right? Because every coach that turned it around, Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich, Steve Kerr, Eric Spoelstra, all the greats that have done it, did it in a 2 to 3 year window. And we just closed the 4th year with Tom Thibodeau. And I'm not making these up. And these are not alternative facts. These are facts, right? The fact is Eric Spoelstra did it in 2 to 3 years, right? Steve Kerr actually did it in 2 seasons, or he got hired in 2 to 3 seasons. Popovich, 2 to 3 seasons. Phil Jackson with the Lakers, 2 to 3 seasons. Right? Phil Jackson with the Bulls, 2 to 3 seasons. Tom Thibodeau with the Knicks just closed out year 4. And
How many years did the Denver Nuggets take, Freezy?
Bro, I mentioned Dynasty.
Oh, dynasty. Does
Yeah,
it have to
Dynasty.
be a dynasty? I just want to win one. And the way the league is going, Freezy, it's been a new champion the last 6 years. The
Okay.
dynasty thing is done.
So okay. So you're saying my point is outdated.
I don't like the dynasty thing where it's overwhelming talent on one team. It's over.
But
The
I'm
CBA
not
is blocking that.
but when I'm talking dynasty, I don't mean you win a championship every year. What I'm saying is you're in the conversation that I'm not talking about championship contender. I'm talking about being a favorite for the NBA finals every year. Before the season starts, you're a favorite for the NBA finals. Right? Because Golden State didn't win it every year under Steve Kerr.
But they were a favorite every. The only
But they
time,
were
the only
that's my point.
the only team that's been considered quote unquote a favorite the last 3 or 4 years has been like the
Boston?
Celtics. That's
Yeah.
it. It's been a jumble in the West, and it's been somewhat of a jumble in the East outside of Boston. And there's a reason why there's been 6 different champions the last 6 years. It's
But
not
but
it,
none
and
of
it's
but
not
none of
it's
them
not
have
it's
been
not the Cavs
none of them
versus
have been the
the,
Knicks, right? If we're talking the randomness, if we're speaking to randomness, right? How many of those have been the Knicks?
none. But it doesn't mean our time isn't coming
That's exactly what it means in my mind.
because I'm sure the 40 years of Denver Nuggets basketball they thought that too.
Yeah. Oh, no, I can see where he's coming from.
I'm
No,
sure I'm sure the 50 years of Cavs basketball, even when they had the greatest player in the world, they thought they were cursed and snake bitten, and they couldn't do it.
I know, but it's the making the hard choices, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah, of course, yeah, it's making the right choices.
the hard choices.
I mean,
Right.
the right
Not
choices are
the
the hard
Right.
ones.
The hard choice, fire Mark Jackson, bring in Steve Kerr.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right. That's a hard fire Rick Carlisle, bring in Larry Brown. That's a difficult choice. Right. Those are
and then
those are the type things, those are the type things that I'm mentioning. It's not that I
tanking.
dislike this regime. What I'm saying is if we're paying attention to our surroundings, if we're paying attention to our surroundings, right? Look at how long has Jason Kidd been in Dallas and how long has Joe Mazzulla been head coach in Boston?
Jason Kidd's been at Dallas for 4 years now.
Four. This is his fourth season, right? Is it his
Yeah,
fourth season? Fourth season? Yeah. And look at Joe Mazzulla. This is Joe Mazzulla's
second.
second season.
second season, but he really wouldn't have been. But the coach before went to the finals, so
Just the fact. I'm talking about just the facts. I'm talking about Joe Mazzulla as head coach.
yeah.
It's his second
And you
season,
said
right?
like the hard decisions. The hard decision for like Dallas was to tank and get their center of the future, and the part of the reason why they're even in the finals because they wouldn't be in the finals without Derek Lively.
Oh, okay. Either way. What I'm saying is, I mean, however, whoever the key player is, right? Iguodala in Golden State or whoever, right? The thing I'm saying is Steve Kerr had 2 years, won the championship in his third season, right?
Steve Kerr,
And
I think he won it in his first year. Steve Kerr,
yeah,
I thought he won it in his first year. He won
did
it in
he?
his first year.
I
He
can't
did.
remember.
He did.
Okay.
He won it in his
Either way,
first year.
that furthers the point. Yeah, okay. Either way, yeah. If he won in his first year, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't say, and the thing is, we can't say that a overlooked, undersized point guard that struggled with injuries to stay healthy, that one wound up being one of the greatest shooters of all time at age 25, 26 is what made Golden State a champion. I could say the same thing about, you feel me?
About
I could
who?
say the same thing about Jalen Brunson.
Oh, okay.
I could say the same thing about Jalen Brunson.
But you need the right pieces,
No.
personnel, coaching, top down from the organization.
What I'm saying is it's a mindset. It's a win or else mindset.
Yeah.
It's not about being patient.
Yeah.
It's not about brick by brick, right? When you in order to win a championship, and I hate to say it for the truthers that believe that championships are built through the draft. Championships are built through an aggressive, never say die mindset getting to a championship, right? Because the Golden State Warriors owner got booed, right? Because he traded Monte Ellis. Y'all remember that? Remember he
Yep.
traded Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut?
20
Yeah.
20-point scorer. Yep.
Yeah, and people loved Monte Ellis. I loved Monte Ellis in Golden State where they wore the blue and red uniforms.
Then you realize he wasn't a winning basketball player.
Right, but he wasn't a winning. Right. And he stood there and they booed, man, that man had tears in his eyes. His first night, he was there, they booing him because they didn't like his move. Right? He stood there and took it like a G in front of everybody, the whole stadium booing him, man. 18,000 people booing him. They like the gold people like calm down. They trying to calm the crowd down and all that stuff. He stood there and took it and took in that feeling of what it was like for people's passions, right? And he promised them a winner and he gave them one. Do we have people that will do that? That will stand there and listen to how passionate the crowds are? Do we have a guy in this organization that'll stand in the middle of the floor and get booed for like 10 or 12 minutes? Because people are passionate about not winning a championship. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Do we have a guy in our organization that's willing to take on that? I don't think so.
Outside of the players?
No, I'm talking about outside of the players. Organization wise, will the owner do it?
Man, no. And
Will
Leon
Leon
Rose
Rose do
don't
it?
even want to talk to the media. So
Right. That's
imagine him dealing with fans.
Yeah.
that's when
But with Leon Rose, we've only seen him do kind of the logical thing, the safe thing. So we've never really seen him take a risk.
right. That's what I'm saying. Like what I'm saying is it's not an indictment on Leon Rose personally. I'm just speaking in general terms of what happened to previous championships. They told Popovich, bro, if you don't win big this year, you gone. They told Popovich that. And Popovich and them won big. Right? And now that organization would not do anything without Popovich. Right? Phil Jackson had 2 top 10 players of all time in Shaquille O'Neal and Michael Jordan. And the mandate for him was to win at all costs. I don't care about none of this other stuff. I don't care about you putting the players in a dark room with sage in the air and y'all doing all those weird things Phil Jackson used to make his players do.
If I wanted to lose, Doug Collins would still be coaching.
Right. Yeah. That's the point. What I'm saying is Knicks fans, we are so close that we can see it and almost touch it. But about 8 teams a year get that feeling. 8 teams a year get that feeling. You think Indiana don't have that same feeling right now? They were in the conference finals. You think Indiana don't have that feeling right now? You think Philly don't think they could have beat the Knicks and Indiana if they were healthy?
Philly ain't even
Bro.
seen the conference finals.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. So if you're the Knicks if you're a Knicks fan and you're like, hey man, all we need to do is stay pat, not draft no rookies, don't do anything to rock the boat. We're just gonna come back healthy next year and win it all.
No, hell no.
That's not how things work.
I was gonna say, well, it would be hard to do all of those things and like fill out a roster, unless we gonna bring back like more Jacob Toppins.
Like, hey, that's the vibe, right?
That's not my impression, at least.
That's the just stay pat, not make a major move. Bring Randall. Here's the bring
Charlie
OG.
Brown, Jacob Toppin,
Yep.
uh,
Dwayne Washington, Charlie Brown, and that cast.
Daquan Jeffries.
Jeffries, yeah. Yeah, and the thing is Knicks fans are telling me, all we have to do is bring back OG Ananobi, Mitchell Robinson, Bogey, and everybody else back healthy, and we can win.
That's not my impression. Well,
No,
that's not that's not how I think about it. You
you
I
got to
think
think
I think
further
I
down
think
the line as well.
I
Can't
think I think the
yeah.
front office. I think the front office wants to take a measured approach. Like anything I say, freely in terms of how I like predict how it's gonna go. Like when I said like I think they're gonna like try to run it back and then make a trade at the deadline or the following summer.
Right.
That's my anticipation based on how they've
Kicking the
operated.
can down the road.
Yeah,
That's what you think they're gonna do.
I think that's what because they believe they're good enough to get to like a conference finals or even get to a finals with this team. That's what I think they
Did
believe right
Boston
now.
kick the can down the road though?
You can't.
Boston,
As soon as Boston was able to make a move, bro, they traded Marcus Smart. As soon as
they
they
could have
were
traded them after the finals they lost. Then they ran it back and they were like, "Oh no, this got to go."
no, I'm talking about this year. I'm talking about last summer. I'm
Well,
Yeah.
talking about,
well, yeah, like they
I'm
went
talking
to
about
the
last
finals
summer.
and then they ran it back. They lost and then they kicked Marcus Smart to the curb.
Yeah. They were This thing ain't gone.
Yeah,
This dog ain't gonna hunt, bro. We gotta we gotta
we
make a
gotta we
move.
gotta switch. We gotta switch the formula
Yeah.
Yeah. As
a
soon as
little
they were
bit.
able to make a move, they made a move, bro.
Yeah. Especially with a small point guard, you never know. Like a small point guard, once they lose a step, it's over. So you gotta if Brunson is there right now, you gotta strike right now.
If we're lucky, he turns into Kyle Lowry. If we're lucky,
I'll make Fritz. I'll make a comparison, right?
Hmm.
And I know you guys don't like comparisons. I know you guys like original thoughts, right? But Boston, right? Boston, um, let me say it in a way. Boston went out and got Derek White, right? When they had reasonable guard play, right?
Hmm.
They had reasonable guard play, right? They traded away Drew Marcus Smart and brought in Drew Holiday, right? And I think the Knicks should do a similar move, right? With um DeJounte Murray type.
Yeah.
A guy that's gonna give you a in today's NBA, I think you need a Derek White type that can be multiple things on multiple fronts, right? Instead of getting three guys to do three different jobs, you get one guy that can do all three of those jobs, right? And then that saves you money in salary, and that also saves roster spots. Right now, the Knicks have a defensive-minded guard in Deuce McBride, a three-point shooting guard in Dante DiVincenzo, and a hustling, rebounding, tough-nosed guard in Josh Hart. And Boston has Derek White.
yeah. And then they turned around and paid Drew
Drew
Holiday.
Holiday. Yep.
It's
Yep.
a lot of money, but
Yeah. But
they
they don't
went
care. They
they
don't
went
care.
they went they went all in with like a starting lineup being the best in basketball and then trying
They
to
is it the best starting five ever?
ever
Analytics says it's the best starting five. And now it might, in terms of names, no.
no,
But in terms of
that
efficiency, I think it's
Durant Warriors is the best starting five I've ever seen.
yeah, yeah,
But I think analytically it didn't help them because they knew they were the best five, so they could just coast on that because
right,
they knew no one was going to beat them in the series, so they didn't have to put forth maximum effort in the regular season.
right.
Whereas this Celtics team, their coach is kind of a bit of a psychopath. where they attempt to put maximum effort in the regular season at least.
Yeah,
And like people were jumping off the ceiling, jumping out the window about the Celtics. Celtics only lost 2 games this whole playoffs. Granted, the talent probably injuries, but still going 12-2 in the playoffs is not easy.
they lost 2 games without their starting center. And we think, and Knicks fans think, and this is not me being negative, right? This is me being like honest. I'm looking through the glass. They lost 2 games with their starting center out due to injury. And we think by bringing back Mitchell Robinson and OG Anunoby and Hartenstein healthy, that we can beat them straight up if we're healthy, right? I honestly think we can get into a dogfight with Boston. I've been telling Dre this for 2 years. Boston doesn't scare me, right? But at the same time, if we think that we can get to Boston and be healthy, I think is a pipe dream.
not with the style of play that we play, where it's
Right,
ultra physical.
right, right.
Like, but I was having this conversation with you earlier. If they're trading Zach LaVine off for pennies, when healthy, he significantly upgrades our ceiling talent wise, and it's.
And he can carry your franchise on. He can carry your franchise for stretches, not all season,
But you don't need him to.
but that's not my
No, no,
point
no, no,
though.
no, no. I'm
But you
agreeing
might.
with you. I'm saying like for stretches he can do it because you don't need him to do it all the time.
Right,
So he can hit the after boosters every once in a while because he got
right,
something in store. But when he's
right,
required to be the guy at all times, that's just not him.
right. Right. And I know people are going to point to defense, right? But to me, defense is a team metric. Defense is not a individual person's metric.
When he was healthy and when Lonzo Ball was healthy, they were a very, very good defensive backcourt.
Yeah. Even with Vucevic, I think they had like they had like 4 bad defenders. Matter of fact, it's the reason why I think they may have drafted a guy. They drafted a defender or something.
Ayo, Isumu.
Patrick Williams.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
He's gonna be. I don't know. They drafted with defense in mind. I don't know if he turned out to be a defensive guy or not, but they
I'm
drafted with defense in mind.
I'm just saying, like the name kind of throws people off. Like people, it deters people. But the last 2 seasons he played, averaged 70 games. Last year doesn't count because they straight up benched him
Yeah,
to see if they could try to trade him,
yeah. Chicago's a mess.
and they weren't getting adequate value in their eyes. But they're not going to get it for him right now.
Yeah,
But in terms of upgrading our ceiling, our offensive potential, if you don't have to give up much for it, I'd greatly consider it.
I'm not giving up much for him, bro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you don't have to give up, if you have to give up more than matching salary and maybe a pick or two, but if they the thing is the Bulls were initially asking for like 2 young good players and several picks, which is a no go.
I
Yeah.
would have gave it. I would have gave that to him at the time.
What last
Personally,
year?
yep. I would have gave them RJ quickly and two first round picks. I would have gave it to him then.
I I
Now, mind you, I was
This was
wrong.
pre OG.
Yeah,
Like
this is the pre
I
OG.
wouldn't do it without OG on the team.
But the thing is, but at the same time, remember the asking price for OG Anunoby was 2 young players and 3 first round picks.
And
Yeah.
that price went down.
Right. And that price went down. I'm saying in that moment, and I can admit when I'm wrong, bro. That's one thing that content creators won't do. They won't admit when they were wrong. I will admit that I was wrong. Right. I would have done it. I would have done it at the trade deadline that we got Josh Hart. When the Knicks were one draft, I think the rumor was so Fritz, I was in so today I'll be in Charlotte, which is funny. But then I was at the time I was in Orlando. I was in Orlando, Florida. at the trade deadline, and we traded for Josh Hart. We traded a first round pick for Josh Hart. I was so angry, bro, because I think
I was happy.
I was not. I felt like that was the move. I felt like you could have got Josh Hart and Zach LaVine, right? That was my thinking that you could get, because ultimately every time I ask you guys who are the Knicks going to take in the draft, what do y'all tell me? The Knicks are not going to draft anybody anyway, Uncle Freezy. Why we keep talking about draft picks? And so if the Knicks are not going to draft anybody anyway, what are you saving them for? Draft picks decrease in value the longer you have them, bro.
Yep. Yeah. Well, the Knicks can get okay. When I look at the best way would be Bogdanovich, Robinson, Jeffries. And
what
then
else?
you're taking no, that's it. But you're adding $7 million in salary though this year.
Yeah.
And if you decide to sign Hartenstein, for example, you can go over the cap to do that with his bird rights.
Yeah.
If you were to take that X amount of money.
And you probably ask OG to pick up his extension, right?
Yeah, and then
And
pay
you ask
him
OG to pick up his extension, and then you'd overpay the hell out of OG Anunoby on the back
the
end.
next year. Yeah.
Would that be Dre? Would you do that, or is that something that
I
you
would
think is unreasonable?
I would do that personally. And then I would have Dante off the bench as my sixth man. Offensively anyway.
Well, he can't be a six man. Josh Hart's gonna be a six man.
Well, they'll be a tandem, them together. But like usually six men are expected to score.
Right.
So they're both like depth pieces. He'll be the offensive punch as far as the six man, and Josh Hart will be the hustle. Like Dante will average 12 to 13 points off the bench,
Right.
which is what you kind of expect out of. Like I think we're caught up on what we define a six man as. Like Josh Hart is probably
I'm
the
not.
best player off the bench, but I think Dante, in terms of the actual role of six man, which is scoring, it's Dante. Because
I'm not caught up on that, bro. I mean, I know they're coming off the bench, and I know both are going to play 20 minutes.
yeah, so it's like because when I talk about like the six man, like when Josh Hart came off the bench last year, he averaged 6 points. So no team wants their sixth man to average 6 points.
Right.
That's why I call Dante the sixth man.
Yeah,
Right. I thought last year Quickly was the six man, in my mind, the way I thought about things.
Yeah.
But when we were healthy, he still came off the. Remember, in January when we were healthy, he still came off the bench and he was still like averaging like 7 points in that 15 game stretch.
Yeah.
7 8 points.
I think if you do a move like this, you're only looking like a year or two out. So
Right.
you probably have to make some changes 2 years from now, like some big changes.
Right.
But you have a good 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely, bro. If you put this thing together and you roll with it for 2 years and it don't work, why would you consider keeping it anyway?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Well, when you look at a lot of fans are like, "Oh no, we can get this lineup together for the next 5 years." Like, nah, like
That's no.
No,
no,
if you don't have Tatum and Brown, if you don't have Murray and Jokic, if you don't have Embiid and somebody, right? If you don't have Giannis and someone, the whole stretching it out 5 years thing is never going to work. Right? Even just think about it, LeBron and AD, you kept that fight together. Even that didn't work, bro. Well, I guess it did work.
They got a championship.
Yeah, I guess it did work.
You do that when you have the generational talent to keep yourself afloat for 5 to 6 years continuously.
Yeah.
Where you
Paul
always
George
have
and
a
Kawhi
chance.
Leonard, though. Paul George and Kawhi Leonard did not.
The injuries.
Yep.
Yeah. So the math income. So a lot of people are gonna look at no, the math don't work. Like the math is 2 years You know, it'd be tough, but you can make it work for 2 years, and in 2 years, some people you gotta go.
Right.
I
You gotta
think
go.
I think I think I'll respond to JJ in the chat. Like the winning thing is, I think that's straight narrative. Personally, now if you don't want to add him on because he makes too much money, that's one thing. But when Devin Booker was over there by himself, they'd have called him a loser until he got adequate talent around him and then went to the finals.
Right.
It's all about what you put around player. Like, because before the Bulls got hurt, they were like the number 2 seed in the East.
Last year, well, 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, then
Right.
they kept getting hurt.
And they kept getting hurt. And then the
But
young players that the young players that they had were not ready to step up.
they didn't pan out.
Right.
They
And
didn't
it's
pan out.
not because they were trash. It was just that they were thrust into that role sooner than they were expected to thrive in those roles. Right.
Yeah,
Outside of Kobe White. Kobe White should have been ready. But Patrick Williams and Ayo Dosunmu,
and has grown. Like he's a legitimate shooter now.
yeah. Yeah.
But Patrick's kind of stagnated.
Yeah, because they don't let him get touches, bro. When you
Yeah,
watch the Bulls offense, they don't even let him touch it.
but
Right.
sometimes you got to go get the ball.
Right. Right.
Like at the same time, like it's almost kind of like he plays like a jumbo Quentin Grimes.
Yeah, he plays like a jumbo
Ham sandwich, a jumbo ham
or
sandwich.
or a miniature Hartenstein, where Hartenstein won't be assertive offensively unless it's a guy that he dislikes.
Is
Right.
it? Is that the case? He is guys he dislikes.
Or maybe have something to prove against.
Oh, okay. Well, Jokic.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where, and like the health part, I understand that, but you gotta try. You got to actually push the needle when you're going against teams that got two max players that are gonna be there with bird rights, not going nowhere. Like you gotta push your chips to the table by at some point.
Right. And here's the thing too, Fritz, that I want to point out, because I think you made a great point. In that 2 year window where you got to do something. And you know what I think that something starts with?
Oh, what's up?
The front office and coach.
Yeah.
Because that'll be 6 years that you're telling us we're going to continue to kick the can down the road and continue to build. And in my mind, bro, if you get 6 years in a front office and you're just a second round team and your salary is bloated, you got to bring somebody in. And then Jalen Brunson will be 30. Randall will be 32. Josh Hart will be 32.
Yeah.
You know, Zach LaVine will be 29, 30.
Yeah. 30
Yeah.
is short point guard. Like point guards, short point guards past 30.
They don't last, bro. No. Yeah, it's
I
the
mean,
thing.
Chris Paul lasted really long, like till he was like 36. Then he fell off a cliff after 36.
Huh.
It was
Yeah.
37, 38. Then he
Some
got
would say
back
Chris Paul
right.
didn't last that long, bro. Some would say he played at a high level when he was healthy. But when was he healthy in those Clippers years when you needed him, bro? Those Clippers years, every time they needed that man, bro, that man got hurt. I'm talking about the Clippers years.
That thing, I think the thing that was kind of his downfall with Chris Paul is he was a pass first point guard. Like, and when you're trying to close out games, if you don't have that mentality that I need to get a bucket like, to close the team out at all times, which Brunson possesses for good or bad,
All right.
it's
Right.
gonna be hard for you. Like at his best, Chris Paul was averaging 18 points per game.
Yeah.
This man Brunson was putting up 35 for like 3 straight months.
Yeah.
You need the scorer's mentality in order to close teams out and win ultimately at the end, or to make it to deep playoff runs. Like
Is Brunson overrated?
Allen Iverson wasn't gonna make it to the finals averaging 18 points.
No. Is Brunson overrated?
Who's rating him?
You.
Am I overrating him? You think I'm overrating him?
No, I'm asking you, is
I don't think
is he overrated based on your rating system?
No.
Where
I
where were
think
you rating? Where were you rating Jalen Brunson on a 2K score? If you were giving Brunson a 2K grade, what would you rate him?
like overall,
Yeah.
like a 93.
Mm. Depends how's
Fridge, you don't know anything about 2K, bro. So we don't want to put you on the spot.
no. I used to play 2K. It's been a while.
They grade
Um,
harshly on 2K for
I,
for
I, I don't
for
know.
for.
Maybe right now he's a 93, but as a scorer, and do you want him as a scorer every year?
Well, I'm gonna
I mean,
keep it. If
no.
we're,
Do I want him to be AI? Do I want him to be AI, or do I want him to dial it back? I probably want him to dial it back a little bit on a
yeah,
team. Yeah.
yeah. I think he has the like. I'll be real with you. There's probably not five guys in the league that can score as well as him. But in that same space, you the the guys that win championships, like it's very hard to be the scoring champion and win a championship. The last person to do it was Shaq,
Yeah.
and Luca's in the finals right now with a chance to do it. And Vegas says they're probably not going to do it. So yeah, it's very hard to be that heliocentric and win a championship. And there's a reason why Harden didn't do it. But you also need to be able to have it in your bag to close a team out. You need to have all those opportunities to be the high usage player in the last 5 minutes of the game.
Okay.
But you don't need it for the first 43. You need everybody involved. You need talent in order to carry you across the finish line. But when it's winning time, you need that guy to be able to be like, yo, move out the way. It's going to be me running pick and roll for the next 5 minutes, and this team can't stop me because I have fresh legs because I wasn't trying to score 40 in the first 3 quarters. You feel me? So it's one of those things where you need one of those guys, but you don't want to overuse that threat that they have. Like it's a reason why, like for the most part, coming down the stretch or in the playoffs, Kyrie was kind of he didn't take over the first halves of games, but coming down the stretch, he was closing out because his legs were fresh.
Yeah.
and there's nothing you can do with him when you're playing against a team that's been out there for 40 plus minutes, but your star player got some fresh legs to go score, and there's nothing you can do. It's one of those things where you don't want to heavily rely on it, especially not through an 82 game season, because that's when you get those nicks and dings and those injuries. But you still want the guy that can completely dominate 5 minutes of play when you need him to. And not very many teams have that type of guy.
Okay. Yeah. 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 I don't know if that formula is gonna do it though. The Brunson alone formula is
No,
not gonna win us a
I
chip.
don't believe so. Like it Freezy, it didn't work when James Harden was averaging 40 for like 3 straight months.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
It's not gonna work when you're going against the best teams in the league for 48 minutes in 7 game series. Is like it's not gonna work. And the closest it came to working was ironically when Chris Paul was on the team, sharing some of the load offensively. But after that, I believe after Chris Paul left, he started averaging 40 the year after.
Yeah.
Started averaging like 40 every game for 3 months. And yes, it can work in the regular season, but it's not going to work in the postseason.
Yeah. And it's the thing about ISO scorers is if a coach finds out a defense that works, it's neutralized. Right. Like James Harden as an ISO scorer was fantastic until the Spurs remembered that they could just put Kawhi Leonard on him on an island. Right.
Yep.
and then all of a sudden James Harden crying to the refs for foul calls.
It's one of those things where it's like, and a thing that's kind of overlooked or not even thought about with Brunson is, if you do get someone in here that can create for themselves and for others, Brunson is literally one of the best, if one of the best catch and shoot players in the entire league. So
Yeah,
when you give him easy shots, he's going to make you pay. It's
and
just we
Randall.
never,
And
yeah.
when Randall gets easy shots, and it's been rare, Randall is top 5 power forward in the league when you give him 1 or 2 easy shots a game.
Yes.
Just 1 or 2.
And just to get him rolling,
Just to
it's
get him rolling, bro.
and I think when Randall went down and you saw it become the Brunson offense period, because there was no one else that was built to draw that type of attention on another team. Like there was nobody on the team you were doubling. Even if Dante hit 10 threes, you were not doubling Dante.
Right. But that's the thing. That's another misstep that I'm constantly telling Knicks fans, and I sound like a hater. I'm not really a hater though. What I'm telling you is you need to have primary ball handling groups. Can't just have one guy, right? Because all it takes is for your second scorer to get hurt. Now there's one guy doing all the scoring and everybody else is spotted up with no movement on offense, and the defense can hone in on one guy, right?
What Freezy, what if Deuce can actually run an offense?
What if the Knicks just? I don't want to have that conversation. What if the Knicks go get Zach LaVine or DeJounte Murray?
Yeah, I've been doing scenarios with DeJounte Murray. I have $25 million. Like
His contract is really nice.
his contract is nice.
But you know who else knows that too?
DeJounte Murray.
The Atlanta Hawks.
The Atlanta Hawks know that.
Yeah.
And you know it's funny. Teams are offering to try to get Trey because Atlanta might just keep DeJounte instead.
Yeah,
Because his
That-
contract is just so
I
nice.
yeah. Knicks could have had him Knicks could have had him last year. I think it was just the picks that they wanted. It was just inconvenient for the Knicks to give him those picks. Like I think they wanted 20. Okay, most logical. They wanted 25 and 27 from the Knicks, like unprotected, and
Yeah.
then pretty much if the Knicks did that, like you're not gonna pull off another big, a star
Yeah,
trade.
it
After
would literally just hamstring you in terms of how are you gonna
But
like
so what?
I know, but like if they did it this year, it wouldn't be as bad. Like it wouldn't be as bad.
Because honestly, think about this. Honestly, if the Knicks trade for Zach LaVine and say they give up 24, 25, and 38, they give up Bogey and some type of matching salary and 24, 25, and 38, right? 2 firsts and a second.
I don't even think it'd be that much.
Right? No, I'm just
Yeah.
hear me out on it. Right? Just say they give up the stuff this year so that the rest of the future is excuse me, untouched, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say the rest of the future is untouched. Right? You bring in a Zach LaVine. Now when Randall gets hurt, and you know he will, because he's at that, and Randall is, and I don't want to speak injury on anybody because Randall's my dog, but Randall is at that power forward age where you have to start managing him and his injuries, right? Randall has been hurt 4 out of the last 4 years. The 1 year in Atlanta, with the thigh thing where his mobility was limited and all that stuff, he still played. It counts, right? So Randall over the last 4 years has finished the season injured, and we don't take that into account because we always watch Randall play, right? The thing I think we need to start thinking about is the mortality of these guys that we have. If we keep Mitch, can we keep Mitchell Robinson healthy? Question to you, Fritz. Can we keep Julius Randle healthy going forward? I mean, Mitch Robinson healthy going forward.
No, I think you have to build it into your plan for the season. That he's not going to be there.
Can we keep OG Anunoby healthy going forward?
No.
If that's the game that we have to play, then why not play that game that we have to play?
Mm-hmm. Oh no, like with Julius Randle, I know for me, like I would trade Julius Randle if I can get Alex R. If I can get someone I know like in the draft, like top player in the draft, and I could pretty much bank on his defense alone, I'd do it. I do it.
Okay. Yeah. Look out your window. Knicks fans is on your block. Y'all know the Knicks run the city. Pull them shades back. Look out your window. Look down there on the block. That's Knicks fans right there. It's about that time. It's about that time of the week where you get ready for your work week with the man that is so smooth he does not require a chaser. Your main man, the real Anthony D, and your main man, Jersey's finest, the hood representative, Uncle Freezy. AD, what's good, bro?
Man out here stealing my ad libs. Yeah.
I started to go choing yoing yoing. But I know y'all don't know where that's from. Choing yoing 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 yoing.
Good morning. What's going on? Fritz Allen, Ike BF Dre, Salute Nick Nation. What's going on? Where we at with it, Freeze?
I did not tell you I could beat Deontay Wilder, bro. Remember I told you that? And you laughed at me, right? And you laughed at me, right, bro? I'm telling you, bro.
I can't freeze.
Dre, that man was laughing at me when I said I could point Wilder up, bro. All you gotta do is take him in deep water.
Well, yeah.
I know it was over when he went into the fight and the dude outweighed him by 70 pounds. I was like, all right, man, you not being serious.
This dude ain't even serious no more, bro. He just
that man came into the fight 215 pounds in a heavyweight fight
against a dude that's 41 years old.
He put that old man strength on his chin.
It's not that with Wilder. He's tried everything. I went back a little while ago to watch Wilder Fury 1. And Wilder Fury 1 was kind of like, back at its earlier, prime at 225 or something like that, which is still, but as that fight, he wins, draws, whatever. After they fight three times or whatever.
He was thoroughly outboxed, but he had the one hitter quitter.
Yeah, the one he was a lot quicker. He was more agile, but with his strategy with Fury, when he doesn't knock Fury out, then he puts on more weight. And then he comes into the ring with that crazy costume that weighed like 60 pounds.
It took 2 rounds. That thing took 2 rounds off of him, bro.
Yeah, it more than 2
like
rounds.
Megatron, man.
Yeah, it looked more than 2 rounds off of him. And on the top of the fact that Wilder was not a skillful fighter on top of it. So, hey, I wish the brother well. He's a local cat from the area, but Wilder was never anything really special.
And that's what happens when you hit your prime when you're 33.
Yeah, that's another thing. Well, he was the older fighter on top of that.
Yeah, I disagree with that a smidge. I disagree a smidge. I think him being an older fighter saved a lot of those miles that would have been on his legs from when he was 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 years old. It's like the running back David Johnson from the Cardinals. You remember him? but
Yeah.
he was a older running back, but he didn't have any miles on his legs. So there was like a really good 6-year stretch, but after that 6-year stretch, it was over.
I'll default to the guy that actually was in the ring getting hit on this
Bro,
on this one.
The,
bro,
default to the 2-time Green Street
two
heavyweight
times, bro,
champ
back to back, bro.
the back. That's
Hey,
Back
better
nobody take that from me.
than
and,
nobody.
and Mr. Green, well, yeah. He asked my cousin. I think he asked my cousin Carl about me the other day. Hey man, what that boy doing, man? Hey man, I'm scratching and surviving, Mr. Green. That's it. Or not Mr. Green. I think his people asked. Not Mr. Green. I think his people might have asked. What that boy out there doing, man? I hope he still ain't. Nah, Mr. Green, I ain't doing that.
It's not a game getting punched in the face for a check. It really is not.
Straight cash, homie.
It really is. No, it's not a game.
Well, JJ said what Freezy been saying for a minute. Get rid of all the centers.
Yo, bro, yeah, hey, man, bro. I'm not no. Hartenstein, Sims, Mitch, and not that I dislike any of them, man. I like all of them, bro. I like all of them. But I think if you don't have a Jokic, if you don't have a Jokic or a Porzingis, right? If you don't have that, then I think you just got to do it by committee, bro. A bunch of underpaid dudes. Right? Like if you don't have Curtis Martin, Fritz, if you don't have a Curtis Martin, then I'm going ahead with Sean Green, LT, and something like that. Oh,
I'll pay one center anywhere between 15 and 20 million. I
oh my
can't pay
God.
two of them.
I want to vomit, bro.
Can't pay two of them. I mean, look, we just saw Miles Turner whoop our ass, man, and he makes $20 million.
But he's a Porzingis type center, bro, though, Dre.
Oh, you said 20 million.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. My point was if you don't have Jokic or a Porzingis type center, then I'm not paying nobody, bro.
Yeah, but KP was never. I don't
I
think.
mean, Jared Allen is worth his contract. Jared Allen's actually kind of underpaid for what he does. Even though we whooped his ass though. But he's good against every other team. Just when he sees Mitch, he just cowers in fear.
I think Kal Ware is Jared Allen right now.
Right now, Jared Allen averages 16 and 10.
Yep.
On like 65% shooting, and it ain't just dunks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's not that. It's hard to actually.
Wait. Have y'all watched Kal Ware for one?
I have.
I can't comment too much on it.
Bro,
I can't count too much on him neither. But asking him to come in and to be that 16 and 10 off the rip, that's a lot of. You're getting a lot of usage out of a starting center.
No, you're not. You're playing with guards that can get you the basketball, bro.
Yeah, but you're still and no doubt. You're playing with a tremendous.
Allen is not ISOing dudes off the perimeter, breaking dudes' ankles, going to the rim. Yeah, man, he ain't doing that, bro.
Yeah,
they're getting dribble penetration, and you have to stop Donovan Mitchell. And bro,
it ain't all dump off though, Freezy. He actually has a post game.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not Mitch as just a role type of big offensively. He's a little better than that. You see what I'm saying? He's not just I'm catching 7 lobs a game.
No, you're not. No, bro. No.
Be right back 1 second.
No, bro. What I'm saying is the difference between Jared Allen and Rudy Gobert types is they're not elite role men on every play, bro. They just make themselves available off dribble penetration. Guards get them the ball in positions to score. Right? I mean, the thing is with if man, listen, if we had a point guard that actually distributed the ball, could penetrate and actually look for others, Hartenstein would average 14 and 10.
No, you do have
Easy.
yeah, that's
Just off.
yeah, but you're simplifying it a bit much. You're really simplifying it a bit much, because that's not their attack. The point guard's attack is not a selfish attack. He's not looking for me, the first four options, and then the role. He's not that type of guy.
Right. I never said that.
No, but the way you're saying it is that, well, if you have a point guard that dishes more, you're basically saying that Brunson doesn't pass the ball.
Who scored? Man, no, that's not what I'm saying. I don't think you're listening to me. Right? Did like who scores more than Jalen Brunson? Donovan Mitchell don't score like Jalen Brunson? Of course he does, bro. Of course he does. But Jalen Brunson is not the playmaker all the time like these guys are all the time.
Donovan Mitchell is not a better playmaker than Jalen Brunson. None of the time.
All right. Okay, so name me a play where Jalen Brunson made a play for the Knicks, just randomly, so I can jog my memory. Dre, you got one where Jalen Brunson actually made a play. Can somebody remember? Somebody jog my memory?
I can. I mean, there's many.
Like what?
You know, there's pick one of his 40-point games. All right, I'll pick one. Right,
okay.
Where the play before let's go to Indiana. Right, before Indiana gets tougher at the top of the 3D. Right, they were able to throw iHeart as that top screen to get the mismatch, to literally get the mismatch for Brunson to either do what he does, which is to see the open shot or kick. I remember him hitting, I think one of his games, he had like a 40 and 10 or 40 and 11 assists, something to that effect. He was hitting iHeart for that same mismatch consistently. They did it to Philly. They drove Philly mad with that. So for me to pick out one play, that's unfair because he did it so many times. He wasn't having 40-point assists, 40 and 1 assist.
Hey, salute to everybody.
Salute, bro.
What's going on, y'all?
I know.
DSJ.
Yeah, hey, I just want to say how wrong you are about the whole Donovan Mitchell isn't a better playmaker than Jalen Brunson. When I've seen that man single-handedly help a team that was less talented than us in a regular season game in Cleveland. I mean, we were losing. We lost to players like Dean Wade, for crying out loud, because Donovan Mitchell would cut into the lane, draw defenses in, and kick the ball out. As opposed to what Jalen Brunson does a lot of times is Jalen Brunson will get to a spot, and it might take a little bit of time, but he'll eventually get to a spot and then kick the ball at an angle, as opposed to where, okay, I'm using my speed and agility to get to other spots on the floor, get into the lane, carving up defenses, and finding that open man. And we lost a 12-point lead to a team because of this. And all it was one player doing it. It wasn't like Darius Garland wasn't even playing that game. So was Evan Mobley, which seems to be the norm. But I digress. At the end of the day, the problem was we had no answer for the way he was carving us up. The same way Mike Conley used to carve up a lot of teams, doing the same exact thing when he was in Memphis before he became Old Man River. So, in terms of what I think Jalen Brunson needs to do, is he needs to either A, get to his spots quicker, or the offensive scheme needs to allow him play make from a distance away from the mid range area, and maybe just maybe we'll see more production. As easy as it is for somebody like a player like Mitchell Robinson who can just go up and dunk, or Isaiah Hartenstein who can hit you with that floater. So at the end of the day, that I'm not saying that there's no way for Brunson to improve to become a better playmaker. But as far as right now, what I see, no, I don't think he's a better playmaker than Donovan Mitchell.
I was gonna chime in. I think because Brunson was a late bloomer, it may have affected how he views certain coverages. And I think him getting this crash course for the last 3 months on how actual superstars get guarded, like they gave him a like he's been through a crash course on how superstars get guarded, but at a level that's been put under heavy scrutinization. And like he sees coverages that Steph Curry sees now. That's what he's been seeing for the last 3 months.
But no, no, but Dre, I don't disagree with you, right? And I don't disagree with you neither, DSJ. But I think we're missing it a little bit. As far as Brunson, okay, as far as his coverages and whatever, this is not new to him. He took off, last year. He was facing these things in the playoffs last year. Okay. And again, if you go back to, game 6 last year, people say, he passed the ball and blah, blah, blah. But if you look back at the box scores to see who would you pass the ball to? And a lot of these key moments, and I'm on record as saying that the pivotal pass last year when he should have made it twice, when he should have hit Hart not once but twice. Okay, you know what cats were saying after that? Well, Josh Hart can't shoot. Josh Hart this, Josh Hart that. You can't win for losing. If you're the best guy out there, you're the best option. Sometimes you're not gonna make that pass necessarily. Not saying it's a bad thing or good thing. That's just how basketball is played from that, especially when that person has the ball so much. He's not going out there going, I gotta score. A lot of those games, especially in the playoffs, he got hot early.
Hey man, you leaving tracks all over the floor from where you moving the goalpost, bro.
Yeah, because the goalpost consistently moves because the game is just not one way. You can't just close mindedly say, well, he's just dribble, and you're forgetting all of the other pieces that he does in the game.
This is not a conversation about Jalen Brunson. Is he a good player? Is he a superstar?
I never said either. We never said either.
That's the direction you're going. The point that we were talking about is I'm not paying centers. That's what we were talking about. It's not an indictment on Jalen Brunson. We all know he's great, bro. And we all know he's the best option at times. Sometimes we never disputed that. We all know that. We've been on that for 2 years. What I'm saying is I'm not paying the center position a penny. Right, and it's not because I don't like Mitch or I don't like Hartenstein or one of my secret favorites, Jericho Sims. I like all three.
You crazy for liking Jericho Sims.
I like all three, right? But the point that I'm getting at is if you don't have Kristaps Porzingis or Jokic, don't pay the position.
Madness.
I mean, there's a reason that you don't pay guys like that because it's not like they exist on a regular basis either. I mean, Lauri Markkanen might be the closest thing that you got, and even now it's a dispute on whether you want to pay him over $27 million a season.
Right. I don't think Lauri Markkanen's a center. I think Lauri Markkanen is a stretch four in my mind.
He's not a center.
I mean, and until in those terms, okay, yeah, you're right, right?
No. What I'm saying is either you have it or you don't. Don't get stuck in the middle. Don't play in the middle of the street. Don't pay the center position $35 million if you don't have Jokic, is what I'm saying. Why pay the center position $35 million and you don't have Embiid? To me, it makes no sense. Just go out and pay 3 or 4 guys $9 million, $10 million, 3 or 4 of them. And usually I would say 2, but in a Tom Thibodeau system, you have to have 3 or 4 of them because centers in Tom Thibodeau systems stay hurt. They stay hurt, bro. And don't mind, yo, man, the broken down version of Joakim Noah that the Knicks signed a 4 years, $72 million. It's because Noah played in a Tom Thibodeau system.
I wanted to ask
It's
you a
like we
question.
forgot about how broken down Joakim Noah was when we got him.
But he wasn't hurt in Chicago.
Oh my God, AD, stop it, bro.
I was gonna ask Freezy, you paid DeAndre Ayton $35 million a year?
No,
Well, that's what he makes.
no, because
But
he's
that's
not
what he
Jokic.
makes.
Huh?
But that's what he makes.
I didn't pay him. You asked me if I would pay him,
Oh, fair.
right?
fair.
DSJ, that's what he asked me. He asked me, would I pay him that, right?
Yeah, I was laughing because I wouldn't even pay him $17 million.
Yeah, but it's hard. It's easy. It's easy to say that you're not gonna let your overall number 1 pick, especially at that position, who is more naturally talented than 70% of the league. You're not gonna just let him walk out the door for that because he wasn't giving you. He wasn't trash. He was giving you a lot of good production. You got to the finals with that center.
There's a reason that they hesitated to give him that money in Phoenix.
Oh,
Just saying.
absolutely. But here's the thing: if and we're veering, but this is another separate conversation. If the coach doesn't play, if the coach doesn't get silly and decides to put him on an island and against the freak, this is a whole nother conversation.
But AD, just to the Knicks center position, really quick before we go down that road, I just want to stay. I don't want to move the goalposts. I want to stay right here where we at with Joakim Noah, the center for Tom Thibodeau. Right, he played 74 games, 80 games, 64 games, 48, 64, 66, 80, 67, 29, 41, 7, 42, and 5.
He didn't play all those years. He didn't play all those years for Thibodeau.
Okay, here are the years he
He
played, right? 74, 80, 64, 48.
Okay.
Right. Those are the and 64, right? And 66. Those are the years he played for Tibbs before Tibbs got fired.
Okay, so he averages
74,
about
80, 64, 48, 64, 66.
Okay, so he averages about what, 65 games a year, 63, 64 games a year?
Right. The point was Joakim Noah wasn't hurt under Tom Thibodeau. That was the point that was made.
Yeah,
and I'm saying that centers in Tom Thibodeau's systems, bro, they get hurt. They just do. Us being in denial about it doesn't help it, right? I think we should just address it.
It's a level of physicality that you have to play with,
right,
underneath the Tom Thibodeau defense, which is fine. You just have to be able to mitigate it.
How are you winning without a level of physicality in any system, Dre?
Well,
how are you winning?
Well, I could say you could look at like the you could look at Miami Heat's defense, the switching, where they don't have a guy literally banging in the paint the entire time. They have this man switching out on guards and trapping and hedging and running zone defenses. So you don't have to have Bam match up with legit 7-footers trying to kill him on the glass every single time down.
Bam didn't teach the Knicks a level of physicality last year?
100%. But Bam stays healthy because he's dishing out the punishment. He's not taking it.
Okay. That's not Tom, right? That's not Tom, not what Tom is saying, don't dish it out.
No, AD, that's not what I'm see again, the goalpost is moved. right? Just because you don't pay the center position, don't mean you have to be less physical. I never said that. Right. What I'm saying is in the Tom Thibodeau system, and that's what Tom Thibodeau wants. Just get 3 or 4 guys to do it so that when these guys get hurt, you have an adequate replacement.
It's not financially crippling when you have
Like
20
you're not getting 4 Hartensteins.
True.
Yeah,
you're not
go
getting
ahead and just get 3 Jackson Hayeses and keep it moving.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So AD, you're telling me that I can't find 4 journeyman bigs that played for 5 teams in 5 years?
You're not getting
back up. That's what you're telling me.
You're not getting 4 Hartensteins.
Right. So I can't find 4 journeyman centers to make minimum NBA money to be in a rotation for the Knicks.
No, you're not,
because you know what Hartenstein was before he got here. He was a journeyman big that played for 4 teams in 5 years.
And that's fine, but they're not
and
littered.
He's on his 5th team in 6 years.
They're not littered. What I
Don't
can't.
bring up Noel now.
I can't speak for why people can't see their own talent. It's the same thing with Josh Hart. He played on how many different teams in trades or whatever. That's other people. That's for other people to speak about. Talent like that. The last time I heard someone say that was Phil Jackson. Remember that? Their talent is on people's benches. Remember that? We ended up with Barry Larkin's son. So you just can't say.
Travis Ware.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Travis.
You just can't say they're just guys just litter. You can just pluck. No.
AD, how did you find Hartenstein?
They identified a piece that was gonna fit their philosophy, and the Clippers were foolish enough. And the Clippers are foolish enough to let him go.
Somebody get Diana Ross so she can sing "Ease on Down the Road" with this point, because basically what you're telling me is Isaiah Hartenstein was a prodigy that nobody knew about, and that only the Knicks were smart enough to find him.
Okay, I can go with that.
And that point is absolutely bonkers,
well, Freezy, if only the Knicks could get it, he wouldn't be making vet minimum, not $8 million.
Right.
If he was a vet minimum player, he would have just stayed on the Clippers.
Right.
So maybe he was on an upward trajectory because not everyone develops at the same pace. That's a fact, Freezy. Not everyone develops at the same pace because he was a vet minimum player. Right. He outperformed his $8 million tag. And he performed at a level that made him above
bro. This man Benoit Benjamin. I don't care, bro. Y'all gonna keep telling me, bro. This man is Chris Dudley, bro.
Oh God, Freezy, you saw Chris Dudley.
Exactly. Exactly. What?
This man is.
Benoit Benjamin
was out there.
He said he was Robert Swift out
from the free throw line.
This man is Scott Hastings, bro.
Chris Dudley was the worst free throw shooting white man I've ever seen in my life.
Gave white men a bad name.
That man Scott Hastings, bro.
You might as well call him Uwe Blob. You might as well call him Uwe Blob.
Yeah.
Kansas Nick Collison too, not OKC Nick Collison.
Bro, this man is Scott Hastings, bro.
Shameful.
Yeah.
Downright disrespectful.
Yeah.
Joe Miles Swift, are we here at the Joe Show now?
Downright disrespectful.
Bro, that man is Stan Bowie, bro.
Oh my God.
He calling that man Frederick Weiss.
Oh my God.
Bro, what I'm saying is I like Hartenstein, bro, but I think y'all backed me in a corner with this 8 points and 8 rebounds thing. I like Hartenstein.
You know what you used to do to us up until 6 months ago, Freezy? You used to call out the starting centers when we used to kill Mitch, he used to call out the starting centers before Mitch.
Before Mitch, yeah, man.
Please call those names out again.
Kevin Seraphin, yeah, man. Y'all used to
Yeah.
love. You know, you love some Robin Lopez,
A
bro.
big
Yeah.
man,
Samuel
a big man that
Dellenberg.
won number one.
Bro.
Yeah.
Bro, you love that Cole and that Cole Aldridge tattoo you got on your neck. Cole Aldridge was good for 6 points a game, bro. 2 points for us and 4 points for the other team.
Shout out to
You remember Cole
Quincy
Aldridge used to constantly tip the ball in the basket for the other team?
Shout out to Quincy Acey starting for
Yeah.
center for us.
You know y'all love
At
some
6'7".
Lou Amundsen, bro. Y'all love some Lou Amundsen, bro.
With the man bun?
Yeah.
Cannot. You have to put some respect on our centers' names.
No.
Put some respect.
No, if your name ain't Pat Ewing, bro, no.
Yeah, because you live in Ewing delusions. You live in Ewing delusions. You by yourself. You go right over there. I'm not gonna have that fight with you tonight.
Dre, why are we trying to pay 8 and 8 $20 million, bro?
Because the Knicks always overpay.
How do you know we gonna pay him $20 million? We
always fall in love with the backup center, bro. It's like we were talking about giving Nerlens Noel the bag. You can't let him go, man, because Mitch stay hurt. You got to give Nerlens Noel what he wants. Give him that third year, 3 years, $30 million. Y'all love Herb Williams, bro.
Herb is a company man.
A made man.
Yeah, I'm about to say the Knicks might have loved Herb Williams. How
Herb
much is
is a
$1.3 million
company man.
for seven seasons? Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Herb was a good man.
How the hell did he get a head coaching job? That's what I want.
True, because at the time they were in flux, and Herb was right there as a senior statesman, and you know. Herb,
that man looked confused every single time I saw him.
At least Herb got a shot. Ewing was never coach, Freezy.
Herb Williams is like when you put on your resume all these skills that you don't have, and then you get the job and you just look completely dazed and shocked. Like I said I could do Excel and I can't do Excel.
Right.
And now I'm over there looking at other people's computers, trying to figure out how they did what they did.
How do you turn this thing on?
How do you turn this thing on?
He will put some respect on. No, he's going to. He's a prisoner of the moment. He's a prisoner of the moment. Yes, you are, Freezy. You're a prisoner of the moment right now.
If I was a prisoner of the moment, I'd be offering him 5 years, $100 million.
I'm not offering. I mean, he's not going to get that. I mean, there's a team that may come out there, and you never know, and wild card it. But 4 years, 80 to 85 million, I'm good with that.
I'm not giving that.
You said that. The first thing I thought, I just got PTSD and thought of Jerome James.
No! Oh my God! Why are we going? No, you see, why are we going there? You're gonna compare iHeart to Jerome J. Oh.
No. I heard the contract and immediately went into PTSD mode. Like, no, never again. It's almost like every time someone brings up a French player, and I think about Frank Ntilikina, be like, no, Sacre Bleu, no.
Sacre Bleu.
Oh my God, I cannot. No, you can't do that.
Yo, you can't pay Hartenstein that money, bro. You just can't.
You got to bring the team back, Freezy. This is if you don't do anything else. This is if you bring the band back. This is a band that all they need right now in music terms, right? This is Terry Jam and Lewis needing to meet Boyz II Men, not Boyz II Men, New Edition, at the time. They needed, this is what the band needs. The band needs to be back together again, and this band can be a hell of a show. This band could be a hell of a show. This is a good team, Freezy. With all the pieces going, I know January, February is it's distant in our minds, but if DSJ can pick up a random night against Cleveland, damn it, I can show January and February that this team, when healthy, was absolutely given the business.
That man is Andrea Bargnani.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, not
Bro.
him again. Oh,
Bro, what are we bro? I don't know why y'all don't understand that it's not good for your center to get 0 points in a game 7 when you need offense, bro.
Freezy calling that man Travis Knight.
Nah, I'm calling him Jackie
You want-
Butler.
You want to take
oh,
a
number 44.
Y'all remember
take a
Jackie?
look.
Y'all remember Jackie? Y'all
You
remember
wanna
Big
Yes,
Trey?
I remember Big Jackie.
Yeah, y'all remember Big Butt Jackie Butler?
Calling that
He
man
was
Todd McCullough.
Jackie Butler. He was here with Marbury and them.
Oh my God.
Big Butt Jackie Butler. You couldn't even. Yo, he didn't have to set screens, bro. All you had to do was run by him. His butt would knock dudes out, bro. And Jackie Butler butt was his own entity, bro. Pause.
Jackie had a little, you know what? Jackie had a little something. He had a little something. He just needed someone. That's one of those pieces where it's like a Ben Wallace. He has something, you just don't know what it is, and can you trust yourself to develop it, to get the best of it? And the Knicks, obviously, at that
He
time,
was
they
Pat
weren't trying to
Cummings,
do
bro.
that.
Anybody remember Pat Cummings?
Pat Cummings had a J.
Shout out to Randolph Morris.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
You keep bringing up these names. God.
Oh, my God.
Yo,
Like
you remember?
hot sauce in your
Yo,
burrito.
you remember
Like,
the center
God,
we got
stop.
from Portland? Remember the English dude we got from Portland? AD, the English dude we got from Portland.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we got him from Dallas.
Donaldson?
Was that his name?
Donaldson.
The English dude.
Yeah, Donaldson.
The dude that sounded like
Yeah.
Professor Clouseau.
Yeah, big rough. Big rough dude. He was good with Dallas, but by the time we got him,
he was hard, bro. He was a hard
yeah.
boy, bro.
By the time we got him, he just looked like that dude. He kind of reminds you in the movie the player Serrano. Like this is my area in the locker room. Don't nobody come over here.
Oh yeah. By the time
Donaldson was another dude.
Freezy not trying to pay no more Earl Barons.
No.
No more Channing Fries. No more Enos Freedom.
I'm not gonna lie, Earl Barron.
Now I'm about to say this conversation makes me appreciate Ennis Cancer's contribution on offense a lot more because man, y'all, man alive, y'all running down a lot of names, and I'm just crying.
Ennis got 20 and gave up 35. I didn't want to hear that.
Yeah,
Bro, y'all.
None of those dudes is better than. None of those dudes is better than I heard.
We love Sidney Green, bro. We love cats like that. We'll find a Sidney Green and give that man a lifetime contract with no paperwork.
None of those dudes is better than iHeart.
Yeah,
they calling that man Josh Harrelson with good PR.
Yeah. He's not a Josh Harrelson. Josh Harrelson could shoot.
And he
had a dope nickname. They called him Jorts.
After all of those names, we may have to put Leon in the Hall of Fame for discovering Artenstein. Just for that.
Nah, bro. Come on, man.
After all of those names you mentioned, not one of them, collectively have never given the Knicks the production that Hartenstein has given over the last 2 years.
8-8 is what you're telling me.
And collectively, all of them together is not 8-8.
Oh God!
Collectively, that's a damn shame. That all those names, and you mentioned but collectively, everybody done mentioned like 42 centers, and none of them is Hartenstein.
Shout out to Nas Muhammad.
Nas Muhammad may be the closest.
Nazir Muhammad. That's the one I was trying to remember his name. What's the other center from Kentucky that we got? The one that didn't want to practice. Was it Nazir? That might have been Nazir Muhammad.
I think
The
that
one
was
that didn't want to practice.
Muhammad.
I think that was Nazir
The
Muhammad.
one he didn't even want to practice. Man, I'm in my 15th year.
But
Was that
Nazir
Nazir Muhammad?
but Nazir was like a double machine though.
No, I'm saying when we got him, he was not.
Nah,
he was.
Then it's not.
Around.
Then it's not Nazir. Not Nazir. Because when we got Nazir was a double machine.
We got a dude. I can't remember, but he didn't even want to practice. He's like, man, I'm in my 15th. Man, my back hurt.
I remember us getting Malik Rose.
No, that's not Josh Hart.
Malik Rose was like our backup center as well. 6'5" Malik Rose.
Yeah,
we gave that man a bag because he was riding Tim Duncan coattails.
Yeah,
we gave that man a bag, yo. We gave that man an absolute. We gave Malik Rose an absolute bag,
bro. Oh my god, bro. I tell you who I would rather have than Hartenstein right now. Mozgov.
Oh, God.
Timothy.
Oh,
bro, y'all killing me. I don't want to.
Is
I
more
don't
known
even
for
want to.
getting dunked on than anything.
Bro, I don't even want to talk trash about Hartenstein like that because I like Hartenstein, but the fact that y'all are like, yo, just give this man 4 years, 85 million, 80. Get the what are you talking about?
Freezy, remember Freezy. The salary structure is going upwards yet again. When you give him today's 20 million, tomorrow it's like 5. What 5 was. See what I'm saying? It's not. It's like his contract would be like the slightly like Josh Hart's. It's not gonna matter in like a year or so because the salary cap is going upwards.
Norvel Pell. Oh my God.
It's just not gonna matter. Y'all are looking at it like, wow, that's a crazy. That's gonna hamstring. No.
When does Brook Lopez become a free agent again?
Yeah. We need to go camp outside his door.
Brook Lopez.
I'd sign Brook Lopez in your.
He's not a free agent,
concept.
by the way. He's locked in for like another 3 years.
Yeah, and yeah.
I'm telling you, I'll just sit there and I'd be like, listen, hey, your brother was a better Knick than you'll ever be, just to see what reaction I get out of him from that point.
He'd laugh
Sibling
you out
rivalry like a mother.
He'd laugh you out the building.
He'd be upset enough to sit there and demand a trade and prove it otherwise.
I just don't like him because dude clearly made like $200 million in his life and he act like he can't afford a decent haircut. I don't like it.
That's the dude the dude I was trying to remember is Jason Smith.
Jason Smith, yes. Oh my God.
You remember Jason Smith?
Another one of Phil Jackson's, you can pluck them off people's benches.
Oh my
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember Jason Smith. He looked like a tall version of JJ Redick.
Yes.
He looked like your insurance
agent.
agent.
15-footer though.
Yeah, he was money. He couldn't move his feet, but if he ever got his feet set for that jumper, bro, it was.
He was
wet.
money when they were down by 30.
Yeah.
Down by 30. Oh, have you seen that shot before from a 6'10" guy? What's the score?
Oh my God, bro.
To make y'all happy, let's just go ahead and get Luke Cornett.
Luke Cornett. Oh.
I like Luke, yo. I knew he would still be around. Luke could flat out shoot.
And he a team guy, bro.
Yes.
He's a total team guy, bro.
Yes.
He's the scout team stretch 5.
Yeah.
That's what he does. Like the other team got a stretch 5. All right, Luke, just sit out there and shoot a bunch of 30-footers.
Yeah.
You could put Luke out there and he could disrupt a situation a couple minutes a game. If you're not ready for all of a sudden, you're gonna throw Luke out there and he's gonna like say if he's playing against the Knicks, he's gonna drag Mitch out there and all of a sudden he done hit 2 or 3 threes. You get a weapon like that off the bench, that's a problem.
He said weapon.
When has Mitch hit 1 3?
I agree.
Hey
I agree.
man, the last time Mitch hit a jumper was his rookie season.
Yeah.
I ain't never seen it.
He hit a turnaround jumper in his rookie season.
Yeah.
Must have been one of those games I didn't watch.
It was when he was fluid and didn't have all that muscle.
Yeah.
So now he put on the muscle. Everything he throw hit the glass real hard.
Bro, I'm telling you, he's the Alfred Payton of centers. Bro, I love Mitch, bro. But what I'm saying is that deal we looked at for Golden State, where they give us Gary Payton and Moses Moody and a first round pick for Mitch. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, bro, for Mitch's sake and for our sake, so that Mitch can stay healthy in an organization that values health.
An
Right?
organization that
Oh.
values throwing lobs.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
and for
Oh my God.
for us, we get 2 more 6'4" and under guards.
Organization that values health.
Yeah.
Oh my god. The disrespect. The utter disrespect. You know, while you're naming those centers, you should have threw out the coaches before Tom Thibodeau.
Oh,
You know, you should have threw out the coaches before Tom Thibodeau. All those guys who cared about, protecting guys and injury and bringing and developing the young core.
AD,
you
that's
know,
not what I'm saying. The whole
you know,
conversation
but that was a
not
clear
paying
shot
attention
at
to
Tom. But that was a clear disrespectful shot at Tom Thibodeau, and I just wanted to point that out. That was disrespectful.
Right. Okay.
Man has done nothing but win here.
Right. Okay.
I saw a stat. Tom Thibodeau got more playoff wins than our last 12 coaches combined.
Right. Okay. Okay. And I'm not disagreeing with any of that stuff. I'm not saying get rid of Tibbs. What I'm saying is I'm not paying the center position. I'm just not. Why would I pay Hartenstein $20 million a year when I can go out and get 4 centers and pay them $20 million a year?
You think you at the corner store buying, instead of buying the Snickers, you want to buy everything else? You want to get the Chico stick, the Knowledge, everything else. You want to say no,
bro. Sometimes when I rhyme slow and sometimes when I rhyme quick, it be sweet and thicker than a Chico stick, bro. That's just what it is. What I'm saying is think about what we can get for $20 million at the center position as opposed to just paying Hartenstein. You can keep Mitch and then draft 2 first-round centers for less than $8 million. And you can have a 3-man rotation of Mitch and 2 hyper athletic centers to back up Mitch.
No.
Yep.
No. Like like we see Dre, me and Freezy had this conversation as we always do. This started like 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago. when I don't know if he called me or I called him, and then we got into this hour long. He's gonna call me out. This is really a personal conversation between him and I. And
Dre, this is the one. This is the one right here.
I don't know why he decides.
The one, Dre.
I don't know why he decides to open up family business. You see what I'm saying? He called himself my brother.
I did ask for your permission, bro.
Yes, he did.
I did ask for your permission, bro. I was like, yo, can I call you? I'm gonna call you out on the show. I just need your permission, bro.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
This man told me that the Knicks could not win a chip with a rookie center.
If you could give me, if it depends where you draft that rookie center at. We ain't gonna be in that position to draft that Wemby.
That's what I tried telling you.
No, you didn't. No, you
That's
didn't.
what, so I tried telling him.
No, AD. No, you didn't. You revising your story. You changing.
That's what I
You
told
changing your story, bro. You told me we couldn't win
him.
with a rookie, and then when I brought up Wimby, you was like, "I'd rather have
No,
Hartenstein over Wimby because rookie, you can't win with a rookie center." That's the way it was told to me.
you're not. The last time you won that I can remember in memory of winning with a rookie center was Duncan, and he was, you know, not your ordinary rookie.
He was a senior out of college.
Yeah,
But
I
but
can't remember winning with a rookie center,
but the thing
even the best of the best.
but
You
AD,
might see one this year though.
to y'all is you don't need your rookie center to come in here and do nothing but get you 8 and 8. Right, both of your centers, all you need from them is 12 points and 14 rebounds. That's what Mitch and Hartenstein gave you. 12 points, 14 rebounds. That's
Okay,
all
Frizzy.
you
But this
need.
is the thing you're leaving out, Freezy. In a tip scheme, you can get 8 and 8 as a center if you ain't giving up 20 and 20.
There you go. The moment, here's the pieces that Freezy's leaving out.
if you can't
If,
play
if,
pick and roll
if,
defense,
oh, okay,
you're done.
okay.
Yeah,
The moment he's not giving you what he demands, you're done. He's not playing you unless he absolutely has to.
And,
And
and
even
Derek
then,
and Derek Lively's aren't in every draft.
so you're saying Tom Thibodeau won't play a rookie center?
If we
I'm
drafted
just I'm
Derek
just
Lively,
I'm waiting for somebody to say yes, just so I can tell them, give them the example of
it's
what he did.
it's not just the rookie center, Freezy.
I'm asking. So Tom Thibodeau won't play a rookie center. Is what you're saying?
he
No,
can
I'm
play a
not
rookie.
saying
He can
that.
play a rookie center if it's exactly what he needs.
It's exactly what it needs, and he's getting exactly what he desires.
So why are you telling me that a rookie center can't give Tom Thibodeau exactly what he needs?
Because here's what you have to have, right? When you have a Mitch Robinson, you got to plan for injury. Okay? You're then going to have people or a person, however you do it, that has to give you back Mitch like production while he's not there. It's hard to say you're going to get that from two rookies, Freezy. That's what I'm trying to say. During the season, these last 2 years, Hartenstein, with his own injuries, was able to do that back-to-back season. One of them being an Achilles.
We wildin', bro.
Hey, Freezy, if you want an example of what the average league's like average rookie center looks like in a defense, just look at Jericho Sims. He still plays like a rookie.
Hey, Dre, but I didn't just start watching basketball yesterday, bro. I've been watching basketball for a long time, bro.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just talking about the centers we be in position to draft.
Jericho Sims is not an NBA center. We all I think we all agree to that, bro.
And I'm saying a lot of rookie centers, especially in the area
You
that
you
we're
want
going to
you
be.
want to know what a rookie center looks like to me?
Go for it.
Victor Wembanyama. Is he not a
Freezy,
rookie center?
hold on. You didn't let me finish. I said a lot of the rookie centers that in the position that we're drafting at don't look like NBA players until their second year. Late first rounders, late first rounder big men are typically abysmal their first year, or even their second year as well. Freezy, do we gotta remind you what rookie Mitch Robinson looked like? That man was fouling out in 6 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
And that's
Right.
and that's where our draft picks are at. Late first. Remember, in this draft would start at number 8 in a normal draft. Now, granted, I understand the way you explain Freezy. There are a lot of hidden gems. There are a lot of depth pieces in this draft. There isn't that many high end talent guys. But even in that point where we're drafting at, we're getting guys that are not full pro. They're not fully developed. A lot of them are going to be projects, especially defensively. they're
They're
gonna
not
have to
ready
pick
for
up.
that role.
They're gonna have to pick up the complexities of a Tibbs defense
Yes.
And
and the
for all of
responsibilities.
that, right? I give. Yep, I got you. Yep, all that stuff y'all saying is the reason why the Knicks have not won a championship in 50 years because of y'all.
No.
Because of
if it was
all the stuff
if
y'all
it was
saying, bro.
if it was us, if it was just the three of us right here,
If it was because of y'all, we'd be worse.
if it was the three of us right here, I guarantee you we would not be in this 51 season drought.
Drake, can you please tell Anthony D that the reason why we're in this 50+ year drought is because Knicks fans legit think that the Knicks have something other teams don't have.
Dre doing the hiring and I'm doing the firing.
Oh, it's New York, so dudes gotta play their best when they
AD
get
Leon
there.
Rose and I'm Uncle World Wide West, man.
Bro, I'm telling y'all, man. I don't think. Well, you know what?
Freezy, you can't. Freezy, you're asking for young centers to come in.
Oh
Whatever
my
you
god!
want,
Oh my
whatever you want to say about
man!
iHeart, whatever you want to say about Hartenstein, Freezy.
You're
Look at
asking
him.
for a young center to come in and play
Look at him.
basketball. He's only
Yeah.
been doing it for 20
No.
years. We need for him to do it 22 years to be good at it.
No.
I'm gonna keep it
No.
real with you, Freezy. Freezy, if we drafted a center and they gave us exactly what Hartenstein gave us, they'd be first team all rookie.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're expecting that in a late first round pick.
So what?
You're not getting that.
It's unlikely.
You're not getting that.
It can happen, but it's
And
unlikely.
that right there is working against who? The house that Brunson built. You can't get guys who are not ready. You cannot have guys who are not ready to win because
Dre,
they're ready to win.
Not won a championship. This is
If Freezy,
this
if you
is the
told
reason
me
why we have not won a championship in 50 years. Because the teams, the franchises that don't win chips are always feeling like they're one move away. And those are the teams, those are the franchises that stay in that perpetual one move away.
We
Because
are one move
they
away.
do that one move. They do that one move and realize that they're just one more move away.
No.
And then they do that move and they realize that they're one move away. And then they do that one move 2 years later and they realize they're just one move away.
You want to develop and win at the same time.
No,
you want Tom Thibodeau to have to worry about curtailing and developing a young center while trying to win at the same time. That's madness.
Right. Well, you did it that way in the 90s. How did that work out?
That's hey, we got to 2 finals. What finals has this team won? But that's with your beloved Ewing. That's with your beloved Ewing, Freezy. But that's with your beloved Ewing. So you're killing your own Ewing points at the same time. You're on some madness right now. You're trying to develop and win at the same time.
I think you're telling the people. I think you want to be right. And you're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, you cannot afford to bring on a young center right now.
Right, I'll tell you. Okay, AD, you right. You right. Right. I don't believe you right. I'm just telling you that though.
I don't believe you're right. But I'm not telling you that.
Bro, what I'm saying to you is in today's NBA, you can't spend money at a position that you can't keep healthy, and that is not the primary focus of your team.
Really, I'm not gonna lie to you. If you told me I could get 80% of Derek Lively in the draft, I would let go of Hartenstein. But I can't tell you that we're gonna get
right because you don't trust that. I think you know that. You just don't trust it.
I don't trust it. I don't.
Right.
I don't.
Right. You know. We all know Derek Lively is raw. Derek Lively is going to be an all-star, right? But Derek Lively wasn't drafted first.
He was drafted mid-first round. Well, like 13th or 12th or whatever. But where we drafted is even worse.
Right.
And a weaker draft.
Well, they say it's a weaker draft because it's not top-heavy. But
well,
every draft,
Derek Lively, if Derek Lively at that time, whatever he was projected as, Derek Lively would have went top 5 in this draft. Without question. without question, he would have went top 5 in this draft.
Okay. Yeah,
And he
right.
went like 13th and 12th in last draft.
Okay.
They talking about Klingon going top 5, Reezy. Klingon.
Yeah. Okay. You're right.
Derek Lively trumps whatever Klingon is.
Mm.
Yeah. Klingon is Chris Dudley.
I don't know about that.
Mm,
Klingon is
mm,
very good,
mm,
and he
mm,
will
mm.
be very good, but we won't be in that position to even draft him or
Shout out
get
to
someone
Chris
of his
Dudley.
level.
Bro, legit, y'all telling me this, and I was alive watching a draft where Jokic went 40 in his 40s. In the draft, people said it wasn't deep. In a draft that we drafted Cle Anthony early and the Nassus Antetokounmpo. And
Are
y'all
we? go-
telling
Are we?
me that it can't be done.
It can be done, but what are the odds?
Jokic was
Well,
involved
well, well,
today, and he did not come into the league with a Brunson-like guard on his team
right.
at that
Yep.
time.
Yep.
This is facts.
Right. And what I'm saying is fans that believe that we're one move away, stay in that perpetual one move away.
They took Nurkic. They weren't even thinking about Jokic like that, and we're intentionally trying to get
And they had
a
Plumlee.
nice center.
Well, they didn't have Plumlee. They traded him for Plumlee, but
Yeah.
but what I'm saying to y'all is we were having this conversation 3 years ago. Man, we were only one move away if we could just trade for Bradley Beal. I was on the Knicks morning drive, bro. I was here.
Oh, Bradley Beal.
I was here when Knicks fans were saying, "Man, if we get Bradley Beal, we can win a chip."
Oh
What
God.
are we going to give up to get Bradley Beal? We're only one move away. 3 years later, we're one move away. And signing Hartenstein and is sending signals to everybody that we're one move away. And we're still one move away. And we stay in perpetuity one move away. Because we think traditionally in a non-traditional situation. The Knicks is not a non-traditional situation. We're in a division with the Boston Celtics, who wipe the floor with us frequently. And if that makes you mad listening to it, that's a fact. It makes me mad too.
Freezy.
Right? See, but
the Mavs lost their
the Knicks
division
don't ever.
and
But the
wiped
Knicks
the
don't
floor.
ever. The Knicks had the opportunity to tank and get Anthony Edwards. But you know what we did?
Oh God,
We
don't
ran
do it.
sloppy for Kevin Knox.
Oh my God, that man Tim Hardaway.
Bro, I'm telling you. Yeah, people like, yo, you can't tank in New York, man, because people ain't gonna stand for tanking. Well, what else they gonna stand for? Losing?
Derek Lively is a Mav because they tanked.
But that's not our situation today.
No, it's not. It's not.
No, the point was one move away. Knicks fans thinking we're one move away keeps us in and keeps us one move away in perpetual it forever. We're
That's
always
not,
one move away.
No, that's not what it is today.
If you say, hey, Dre, if you just re-sign Hartenstein for market value, do you think the Knicks need to make another move?
I'm gonna say this, Freezy. If not to sidestep the question.
Yes.
If-
yes. You're going to tell me yes.
No. I'm saying Leon. If Leon Rose did everything the Knicks fans wanted, Tom Thibodeau would have been fired 3 years ago. You can't infringe the Knicks mentality on the front office. This is a different front office. They're gonna do whatever they see fit. They're not gonna do what we think is the right move.
But I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about y'all.
But you're saying the Knicks fans' mentality is the reason why we never win.
Right? No, no. I said the Knicks fans are in that one move away mentality, and when you get into that one move away mentality, you're always one move away.
And I don't think the front office views it that way.
Okay. I don't view it that way. I mean, I'm not saying that Hartenstein is the one move away piece. No.
So you want to run just bring everybody back with what we.
If nothing else, that would be the sound
it back.
decision.
Run it back.
If
Run it
nothing
back.
else, I'd run it back.
Run it back and stay healthy. Mitch, OG, Randall, everybody stay healthy, and then we'll just make a run at the Celtics at this time next year.
I'd run it back. If we couldn't do it, if we didn't do anything else that was sound.
Run it back. Run it back with all the guys that were hurt. Bogey, Mitch,
Yep.
OG Anunoby,
Yep.
Randall. Just run it back with everybody healthy, and then take our chances this time next year.
Lightning won't strike in the same place twice. Yep.
Right. What lightning is that though?
Pick one.
OG Anunoby's injury history.
That's fine. You knew that when you traded for him.
Mitchell Robinson's injury history.
That's fine. You knew that when you signed him last year.
Julius Randle's injury history.
That's fine.
Right. And so we're thinking that all three of those dudes are going to stay healthy, and Bogdanovich at 35 years old.
Okay.
So run that back with no changes, knowing that everybody is going to stay healthy, and then we'll win our championship with everybody staying healthy.
Freezy. Here's the
Greg, does that make sense to you?
Here's the pieces.
Well, I mean, if you viewed it as like this team can sustain one injury and not a long-term injury, but if you infringe these same like injuries on the Celtics, they're probably knocked out in the first round. If they lost all NBA caliber
like
power forward,
which Celtics player has a injury history like that?
Kristaps Porzingis. What are we talking about?
Right, and they made the final. Did they not make the finals without him?
Yeah, against other injured teams, but yeah, it still happened.
But they're in the finals without him, right?
They're in the finals without him, but they're not going to win a championship without him.
So and as far as the predicting part, I'll leave that to y'all. What I'm saying, bro, is this team can't afford to. AD, think about this. We're talking about the guys that are injured. We're talking about OG Anunoby and Randall and Mitch, right? Think about the back end of your bench and all those dudes that are hurt right now. Charlie Brown, Dwayne Washington, and one other player is out for the season, right? And those are roster spots 15, 14, and 13.
Well, I mean, Freezy, if any team is relying on 15, 14,
exactly.
And you're in
what are we talking about? When he couldn't even bring in 10, which is Sims. Sims came in for 30. I think Sims played like 2 minutes. And by the 2.5 minute mark, Tibbs was yanking him out of the game. This is a
15, 13, 14.
I think y'all are being disrespectful to y'all man. I thought I was y'all guy. Y'all being disrespectful to me like I hadn't watched the season. I watched early in the season when RJ Barrett was hurt. I watched early in the season when Quentin Grimes was hurt. And y'all playing me like I wasn't even there and I was with y'all. How y'all gonna tell me the injury is not even a factor when I saw Grimes get hurt multiple times this season, early in the season, and RJ Barrett's good season was derailed due to injury? I was there. I saw it. Bro. So to think that all we have to do is just run it back and we'll stay healthy. Come on, man. Come on, dog. We gotta do better than that, bro. We gotta do, come on, bro. We gotta get our head out the clouds, bro. Yeah, I know this
management,
but
Freezy,
man, come on, bro.
Freezy, what this management has shown you, Freezy, bump what the fans think, is that they don't just make a move to make a move. You understand? And they take care of their own. They've shown you that over and over again. They're not gonna just overreact and live in the moment and mosh this up. Continuity is a part of this thing.
Oh, okay. All right. So let's do the continuity thing, right? Because I think we're trying to put like 7 points in the air just to be right. Let's talk about continuity first, right? Is continuity? Continuity was the thing, right?
I said it's a part of this thing.
Is it important or no?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Continuity was so important that Josh Hart has only been here for a season and a half. Continuity. Dante DiVincenzo was here for one season. Continuity. OG Anunoby has been here for half a season. Continuity. Right? Generally, when people say continuity, it's something that's built over time. Right? This Knicks team, the January Knicks, was red hot as soon as Precious Achiuwa and OG Anunoby got a jersey. Right? You're telling me continuity, and they won from day one.
Yeah, but continuity has to start from somewhere. And the three of those guys that you mentioned,
So now,
three of those guys that you mentioned had already they won. They had their background together. They've won
right?
together.
Continuity has to start somewhere, but it can't start with a rookie.
But this already started. This is a rookie would have to come on. This is something
Then
that's
he'd have
already
to get
in
it.
place.
He'd have to get a Knicks jersey, right?
Yeah, he'd have to get a jersey, and then he'd have to get attention paid
Right. But
towards
Dante
him.
DiVincenzo didn't get a Knicks jersey, and Josh Hart didn't get a Knicks jersey,
Those are vets.
and OG Anunoby didn't have to. See, it's not a see.
All those are vets.
What you're telling me is different things. You're telling me continuity, and then now you're saying vets.
But there's nuance to everything.
But nah, there's
There's
nuance
nuance to everything.
bro. Rookies have played basketball for 20 years, bro.
God.
To act like these guys don't know how to play basketball, or they're so dumb they can't understand Tom Thibodeau's playbook is beyond disrespectful, bro.
It's
It's a
not dumb.
different
It's
era.
skill
These
set and
rookies,
IQ.
these rookies legit come in as sharper basketball players over, bro. Rookies are, man, the rookies that come into the league now are more sharp than they've ever been because they've been playing AAU basketball or college basketball for a certain amount of time, bro. It's not like when you used to find a dumb jock and butt tussle Mississippi and bring him to the bright lights and big city of New York. It's not
Freezy,
like that no more,
I
bro.
can explain multiple things that makes the learning curve for the NBA center difficult, especially in their rookie year. Number one, most of them don't have NBA conditioning for 82 games off the rip. They don't. Even if they come in for training camp, they don't. They simply don't. Most of them don't know how to handle the physicality because they're not all the way there yet with their NBA bodies. Most of them, especially if you're drafting late first round. You're not getting a guy like who's the guy that the Pistons drafted at center with the NBA body off the rip. Most of the guys that you drafted late first round are not that caliber of player. Number two, number three, they have to learn to adjust to the NBA whistle. It's different.
Dre, can I just say good evening? I mean, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Cowboy
But
Bob,
Dre,
I think Drake coming for your neck, bro.
I want him
Ain't
to
nobody
Put it.
because
coming
this
for
is
me.
the
Take the
thing.
turtleneck
This
off.
is this is the perfect time to develop right now because we're hurt.
Oh my god.
Yes, we are in a good position, but we're hurt. You can't go into battle with guys that are hurt. Let them heal up and put them back because I went to war and I
Did the
had guys
Warriors
go out and
develop?
try to do
Did
it.
the Warriors develop James Wiseman? Yes or no?
I'm talking about the center. I'm talking about the center position because
Did
this
the
is what I'm
Warriors
trying to.
develop James Wiseman? Yes or no?
Dre, their situation is
What
different. I'm
position does
talking
James
about
Wiseman play, and where was he
Dre.
Center,
drafted?
I can't
center.
compare our situation with other people because one, front office is different, coaching is different, style of play is different, and necessity is different. But as far as the Knicks, the best chance to develop is because we're all hurt right
Did
now.
San Antonio develop Victor Wembanyama?
Victor is a generational talent off the rip.
Right. But they were both picked in the
Are
top
you?
two of their
Did
draft,
they
right?
make the
Okay.
playoffs?
Did Lively look at
Right,
Lively? Look at
right,
how good Lively
right.
came
Would
in.
you trade Hartenstein for Victor Wembanyama right now?
Hell yeah,
Right.
I would.
That's my point. Would Victor Wembanyama help this team make the NBA Finals?
But you
If
And
he
don't
was
here's
get
there
a
another.
right now.
Victor. You don't get a Victor Wembanyama by being a good basketball team.
But Dre, you're also taking into aspect that what these guys have done, they've already done it in their first year. We're going in hoping that these guys can produce something that's a lot better than what we're currently having. We're not asking these guys to come out and be Hakeem or Wembenyama. We're asking them to just come in and contribute Stay in that lane, and then
Get you
next
8
year,
points and 8 rebounds. Can you get 8 points?
exactly learn the basics of what we want
Breezy,
you to do.
most rookie centers don't do that.
Okay,
Right.
so let me
Most
ask you
most
this: How
most
about Sims? How about Sims? I would rather have a rookie center go in
A
over
late
Sims
just
to
just
back
just
up.
play Sims.
a late
Sims is
first
a
rounder
veteran.
rookie center
Did you
doesn't do
not?
that usually.
Did you not watch? Did you not watch Tom Thibodeau put Sims in the most pivotal parts of the playoffs? And what did you see? And that man is a
I
Trash.
3 year. That man was a 3 year center. He had to
I
drag Sims out of the game. What are we talking about?
and I
Right,
also
and
saw for.
but AD, that's the point that I'm
Come
making.
on.
Thank you.
The point that I'm making is you pointed out that a veteran was unproductive, right? You just told
Yes.
me Jericho Sims was unproductive, and you're telling me a rookie center can't provide what he provided or more.
But that was
What are we
but
what are we talking about?
that was your own rookie that you developed for 3 years, and after 3 years, this is what you got in a pivotal moment.
And what
Right.
happened to RJ? What happened to Grimes? What happened? We upgraded and we got better. Why can't we do it now at the
We
center
didn't get
position
better
to
with
solidify?
rookies. We didn't
Hold
get
on, hold
better
on.
with rookies though. So what is the point? We didn't get better with rookies. We got
You didn't let me
veterans.
finish. You didn't let me finish. I didn't say that. I said let us upgrade with the rookie right now because we're hurt. Regardless of how good we are, we still need. I'd rather have a rookie right now than Sims because in the fourth quarter when we went against Indianapolis in the playoffs and we had all of our backups in, none of them was scoring. Not even McBride. So that shows that this back. Hold
The
on. That
argument
shows that.
wasn't
Hold on.
replacing
That
But
Sims. It
backup
was
team.
replacing Hartenstein.
Oh my
Like
God!
you
You're
can
not
replace
understanding
you
what I'm
can
trying to
replace
say.
Sims with
Jay,
right.
trash
you're
with
not under,
trash.
The
you're not
argument
understanding what I'm saying.
that I'm making is I'm not paying the center position. Cowboy Bob, that's what I'm saying. It should be clear. Like I'm not saying Hartenstein is a bad player,
Exactly.
right? I wish him well in OKC,
Mm-hmm.
right? What I'm saying is Tom Thibodeau runs through centers, right? You know he does this. At one point this year, we had to play Taj Gibson because of all our centers were hurt. And don't act like y'all didn't see it because I know y'all saw it. I know y'all saw it when Hartenstein and Mitch was hurt. Taj Gibson had to play 20 minutes at center and he was out there grabbing his side. He got cut the next day. I know y'all saw it, bro. And
Mm-hmm.
y'all are acting like Tom Thibodeau doesn't get centers hurt. And y'all know he does, bro.
I'm just saying we need to upgrade at the center position because long haul with the Achilles that Hartenstein has, we don't know what's gonna happen if it's gonna be how he played this season, it's gonna be next season and we're paying him more. I'm not just gonna throw out money at him, especially because of what he produced this year or last year or what he's been for us. We have to let him go because the thing is if we're paying him $20 million, we could get two other positions
No,
covered.
AD said he want to pay that man $22 million, bro.
That's way too, okay. First of all,
For
y'all
4
yelled at
years,
me.
85 million is what AD
Yeah,
said.
y'all yelled at me when I said 18.5 for Josh Hart. Now all of a sudden you guys are saying the contract seems reasonable
No,
because the money's
they
going
play two
up.
different positions, bro. The center
No,
position is what we
I
talking
understand that point.
Well,
But what I'm
well,
saying is the
well.
money. The
AD
money.
would pay Josh Hart whatever. You confusing people. I didn't say I was cool with paying I Hart 22.
No, I didn't say 20. I said
Yeah,
18.
yeah. Anthony D said 4 years, 85 or something like that.
I said yes.
Wait,
I would pay him. He's going to get between 4 years, 80 to 85. Yes.
no, that's too much money.
Yes.
Because the thing is what you're doing is you're locking yourself in with a player, and he's not even a superstar. Like that's the one thing that most people are forgetting about
Not
our
20
only
million
is
ain't
PSL.
superstar
We
money.
have
20,
enough for
20
one more
million
time.
is not superstar money. 20 million.
And I'm not saying him being paid $22 million. I'm saying him taking $22 million is taking money off the books to where we can use for other assets. That's what I'm saying. His $22 million, for real, to be serious, you can actually get a rookie and probably Nick Claxton for under that for a longer
No, you
period of
can't.
time.
Nick Claxton's gonna make more than Hartenstein.
Nick
Yeah,
Claxton was like at like,
yeah.
Nick
who was he
Claxton
last
is
year? He was
going to
like 12.
make as much money or more than Hartenstein.
Okay, so
12? You think Nick Claxton gonna sign
no,
back
I
to
said last
12?
year he was making like 12. No, last year he
Oh,
was
okay.
making like 12.
Yeah, I think he can
I
double
think
that.
he'll get like 18, 19 because of the thing is his offense and how he is on certain things. But
His
most people
offense is mediocre.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
whatever he provides, bro, he's not gonna get $12 million in free agency this year.
No, he's gonna get like he's probably gonna get like 20. But for me, if I'm gonna pay $22 million, I'd get Claxton
If
and a
I'm Nick
rookie.
Claxton, why would I take? I just saw Jacob Pertl, and 3 years ago I saw Jared Allen sign for 20. Why would I sign for 20 when that was the going rate 3 years ago?
Jared Allen is underpaid. Jared Allen is a $30 million center right now.
Really?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Okay, so
If you're going by his production, he's probably getting 30 as a starting center in the league.
So if he's worth 30, and to think that Hartenstein is a starting center in the league and he's going to take anything less than what AD said is naivety.
It's perception, but remember, you're talking about 8 and 8 compared to 16 and 10. It's two different
Nick,
things.
Nick Claxton didn't get 16 and 10.
Yes, no, I'm talking about Jared Allen, not
yeah,
Nick Claxton.
you say Allen and
But
Hartenstein.
Jared Allen was getting 16 and 10 on his current deal, right? And not to confuse everything. I'm not trying to dodge what you're saying because I get it with Jared Allen, right? He may be underpaid, but what I'm saying, whatever the dollar amount is, thinking Hartenstein is going to command less than 20 mil a year is naive. And I'm not paying no cent. If it were me, I'm not paying him that. I'm not paying. No. I'm not paying these guys that just to hop off the floor and walk in the back every 10 games. Nah.
I mean, Hartenstein played the overwhelming majority of the games last 2 years. So
Yeah.
injured, but he still played.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel that
Can't say the
Hartenstein.
same for Mitchell Robinson.
I honestly just feel that if we stick with Mitch and Hartenstein, our center position is going to be exposed to where no matter what we do, our offense isn't going to run the way it runs because it runs different with certain players. And for me,
What other players have you seen us at the center run it
I'm
well?
not
Like,
I'm no listen to what I'm about to say. I was like about to say for me, I honestly don't want to take that chance next year. I'd rather come in, get somebody who, whether it's a rookie or a veteran,
Ooh,
someone who we know we can trust at the center position. Because
like
like,
Hartenstein?
no, no, I'm talking
Like who
about
got you?
a solid backup that can be used to start in case we need to. And if it's hard, if you guys resign Hartenstein, then what's going to happen with Mitch? Because he's still hurt. And then what are we going to do when we're running out of center with just Hartenstein, and then he gets 3 or 4 fouls early? Then we're going to go to Sims, and y'all just said, "Oh, we don't like how Sims plays, and he's been here for 3 years."
the easiest thing is to just literally draft a rookie to replace Sims. That's the easiest. That's the no break. That's probably the most obvious thing that's going to happen this offseason.
Yeah.
But then what's wrong with running with that guy instead of Hartenstein for the cost? Because again, there's
Because
injury.
chances are, when you draft a center in a late first round or early second round, there's a learning curve.
Like
That's the
Rudy Gobert.
nuance.
Yeah, like a Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert was drafted in the late first round
And
But
Rudy Gobert took about a year and a half to develop his
to
NBA
be,
body because he
he
was
took a year
drafted
and a half
under.
to become a defensive player of the year. Right. Yeah, I
Well,
got you.
well, he came into the league like 215 pounds, and he had to
Okay.
put on about 40 pounds
But
by
he
the time.
developed into the defensive player of the year.
Yeah, and that took about 3 years.
Dre, one of
And he
those years.
suffered through injury after injury in his first few years.
Yeah,
Right.
but here's the thing, Dre. You said a year or two, right? Now we're hurt and injured currently, and we really don't even have one real true starting healthy center. Why not use this time to develop a rookie center and actually build him up the same way Pop does and everybody else that would do it? Speed up the time period for the center for
That's
when
that's
next year.
that's cool.
Because
You
no,
could
no, hold on.
develop
Because
him
this year, I'm only saying to do it because this year we're hurt. Our backups are hurt. Our even backups are hurt. So why not use this time to develop to it next year when everyone's healthy, everyone's fully intertwined after next season, we know where we're at. But at least we have a solid center that we can bank on. Because if Hartenstein gets hurt again this year, we'll be going into the next season with him still
Hey,
doing what he's
That's
hey,
doing.
why you
hey, Cowboy
draft
Bob.
a
Hey,
center
Cowboy
to
Bob. Let me ask you:
replace
Do you like
Sims. Like, what are
Do
you
you like
talking about?
Gigi Jackson?
Nah, I
Uh,
don't.
do you like Gigi Jackson?
Oh, Gigi Jackson, yeah, he's good.
Okay. Okay.
You wouldn't have seen the opportunity for G.G. Jackson if, like, the Grizzlies didn't have 11 million injuries.
But that's the same thing I'm saying,
but
Dre.
but
You
but he
just
but he
you
but he
just
but
said
he
it.
balled out, right?
Exactly. He wouldn't have gotten that opportunity had he not had all
So
these
you're talking
injuries.
about
Wait, no, hold
retroactively
on.
drafting someone from last year's draft and then
But
having that last year's center play this year that just passed.
I'm not
Hey,
saying that
so Cowboy Bob is. Do you think the Golden State Warriors are a model franchise?
model franchise. I mean,
Yeah.
after Steph, yeah. After they got Stephen Curry, they built into that,
You
yeah.
know their starting center is a rookie.
Did they make the playoffs, Freezy?
Their starting
With three Hall of
center,
Famers? Did they make the playoffs with
their
three Hall of
starting
Famers?
center is
They
a
didn't make the
rookie,
playoffs though.
but their starting center
It
is
sounds
a
like a
rookie.
lot because they needed
Because
him.
them making the playoffs and them being a smart organization, can coexist, right?
They
They
made the
can
play in.
coexist. Those two things can be the same. They can miss the playoffs and still be a smart organization.
It sounds like he didn't contribute enough to winning to me.
Or it sounds like the veteran helped get them off to a slow start and he helped salvage their season.
Salvage it to not making the playoffs.
Yeah. Salvage it because they were headed to the number 8 pick or greater in the draft.
Sounds
And when
like they
they
should have
went to
took that number 8 pick and drafted a big.
either way, bro. Either way, they were better with their rookie center
Trace
as
Jackson
opposed to
Davis.
Kevon Looney.
Hmm.
Kevon Looney is, and they paid Kevon, but like $8
And
million
he's a
dollars.
veteran. They paid him and he's a veteran. And a rookie took his job. Imagine that.
Yeah, but you can do that when Kevon Looney is a contributor to a championship. We ain't got no Kevon Looney's over here.
Right. We're
But you
talking
don't
about
know until after they got drafted. You just said it. After the injuries, he got an opportunity and he balled out. We don't know what they are until after they are drafted. That's what I'm saying. We're willing to take a chance on some players. Why not do it here?
And Trace Jackson Jr. was a situational starter. He was not their full time starter.
And
oh,
this isn't a
oh.
situation. We got two centers that are hurt. Mitchell Robinson and Achilles Hartenstein. Why not use this opportunity, move up in the draft, get a rookie, let him play a
Move
couple
up.
of
We
games?
not moving up to draft a big. We just gonna take one.
They're just gonna take.
I don't know. I
Maybe
move up.
two.
I move up.
If we do, I'm gonna keep it real with you. If we do take a big, it's to replace Sims.
But that's
Probably
even
not to
moving
replace
backwards.
Hartenstein.
But that's moving backwards. Like for
Is that
me,
moving
I'm already
backwards? That's just replacing Sims. I don't understand what's moving backwards about replacing Jericho Sims.
because Sims wasn't even used like that. That's what I'm saying. Like Sims
Yeah,
wasn't
but
even
so y'all agree. Y'all agree.
Sims
Yeah,
is
but we're gonna have one there for development, and Jericho Sims was used like that because of injuries. And we saw it.
okay.
The game we beat the Maverick. I mean not the Mavericks. The Nuggets. Jericho Sims started when we blew out the Nuggets. Jericho Sims was the starter. Funny enough. And the only reason we didn't use Jericho Sims like that is because he sucked. That's why. If he was actually good, we would have used him more. But he was terrible every single time he played. Maybe a rookie we draft won't be absolutely abhorrent. Maybe a rookie we draft could be like Trace Jackson Davis. But also, Trace Jackson Davis struggled at times as well. And he got pulled out of games. And then when he played well, he got put in games. They weren't steadily relying on him to be the answer for a lot of their ills. He helped them sometimes. He also struggled at times because bigs do struggle when coming into the NBA more often than not.
Mm, right. And that's only a rookie center thing. That's not rookies in general. Because if you're a rookie guard or you rookie forward, you just hit the ground running. It's
No,
only
no, no,
rookies.
no, no,
It's
no.
only rookie centers, Cowboy Bob, that struggle happens to.
No, no, no.
And
It's
and
not.
and, and so
No, no,
it's
no, 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 no. It's
but
not
it's
rookie
not
centers.
for no for
It's
real
late
facts, bro.
round rookie
Facts.
centers. Late
Facts,
round
bro.
rookie
It's
centers.
facts. It's not facts, bro. It's only only rookie centers struggle in the NBA. That's facts, bro. I heard Anthony D say it. So it's got to be true. If Anthony D said it, then it's got to be true.
Scoot didn't
You're
have no
missing
issues.
context.
Scoot came right in and started running.
Scoot was terrible,
I was
but
being facetious. I mean sarcastic. Sorry.
same thing, same thing. But I don't. I think a high round rookie, like early lottery bigs, are more likely to hit the ground running because they're more likely to have the physical advantages over bigs that are drafted later in first rounds or even second rounds. Whereas there is a learning curve for late round bigs, late round rookies. I've always stated that. I've never deviated from that. There are outliers like Jokic. Those are extreme
Yeah.
outliers. I can give you a big we drafted in the early second round on our team, and we saw how long it took him to figure it out. It took that man 2.5 years to figure out how not to foul.
Or see, okay.
Did that not happen to Mitch?
I would say to you that the organization took 2.5 years to figure themselves out.
They gave
Right,
him a
because
veteran
during
big to
during
glean
that
off
time
of.
you had multiple head coaches and multiple offensive and defensive system changes during that same time. And once you got a coach that came in the door and approached it with this is our system, offense and defense, and that young raw player got that stability, then he turned the corner.
So why wasn't
That's
what?
what
So
I would
why isn't
say.
Jericho Sims good at basketball?
Right. Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't have the talent, and he's. You really think about it, the
Right.
way he
No,
used.
Right.
he's just bad. He's just not an
No, no,
NBA
no, no,
player.
no, no, no. Because if you can go to certain players look good in different systems. Because if you look at how I'm gonna keep
I'm gonna
saying
keep it a buck.
everybody says, "Oh,
Ain't no system gonna make Jericho Sims defensively aware like that.
Right, but that same group though also included Quentin Grimes
hmm
and Deuce McBride and Rokas Jokovitis. But
and,
we only point out Jericho Sims.
and I
Imagine
was,
that.
But all those guys that you named, besides Rokas, because he never played in the NBA, have shown way more signs of life at some
but
point over Jericho Sims
Dre
as
also,
basketball players.
but Dre
Period.
also, I was gonna say something that I've learned over the years as far as basketball offense. If your offense is highly rated, you can mess people up on defense to where you may not. For example, if I'm on offense and I'm running this guy ragged and I'm running him back on defense for me.
Run him ragged, how though, Cowboy Bob.
Making, for example, off ball, going around running off ball, making sure he's out of position, screens, all of that, like letting him be constantly in motion to where he tires out to where when he's on offense and I'm on defense, I have the upper hand. We've seen the way that players who have high offense can do that with no defense and be successful. So if Sims were to get the offense part, it can help out his defense. Just all I'm saying is Dre, you said his defense is inefficient. That's how
He's
you can
just
get
not
around
an
it.
NBA center. It's like
He doesn't have to be a center. He
you
can
don't
be a
gotta
power
sugarcoat it,
forward that,
man.
but he could be a power forward that's used as a scoring power forward. I'm not saying I can
You
coach him
carrying a
into
lot
that.
of water for him, man. He's not skilled enough to be a power forward in the league. If you're a power forward, you need to be able to shoot or something at some point in the league. Unless you're this overtly skilled, fluid freak athlete like Giannis. And he's not that either. So he's not skilled enough to be a power forward, and he's not big enough to be a real NBA center. And he's
So
not
then, what do
smart
you do
enough
with him?
positionally.
So then, what do you do with him?
You cut him. You draft a rookie and replace his contract. That's what you do.
Yeah, you draft another center.
We 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 tried that idea by like resigning drafting him late second round and resigning him and developing
The
him
fact,
as
yeah, and the fact of the
cheap
matter,
labor, and
Jericho
we got rid
Sims,
of him.
Jericho Sims, when you draft centers at 55 and below, you don't really expect them to be NBA players. For the most part, they should be G leaguers, right?
Then why did
For
we
the most
extend
part,
him?
but the- but
We
but
thought
they
we was
draft
going to develop him.
him.
We thought we were going to develop him.
But he was 23 when we drafted him,
Uh-huh.
right? So the point that I'm getting at, Cowboy Bob, is and I got to get out of here too, man. I got to get on the
Yeah.
road in a little bit, but the point that I was getting at is it's not that I don't value Mitch. I love Mitch. And it's not that I don't value Hartenstein. Hey man, I love Hartenstein. I think he must. I'm saying strategically, I'm reinforcing the backcourt and the wings and choose the center position to be the position that I'm not going to pay. It's just like how power offenses right now that'll pay tight ends and wide receivers, but they won't pay running back. That's the stance I'm taking. I'm not paying running backs.
Well, it's about to get to the point where teams not going to pay wide receivers soon because there's about to be too many of them making $25 million,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
there's going to be a
But
bubble that breaks. I
and
mean,
when
I
that,
think
when
Kansas City is kind of doing that right now.
right, and when that day comes, I'll address it 2 years before that. Right, right, because generally, right now we're right now, and this is one of the reasons why Knicks fans frustrate me. Right now, we're on a wave where long, rangy 7-footers that have offense and defensive skills is going to be the future. That's going to be the future of NBA basketball. Long, rangy, athletic athletes that are positionless. They only have the name center on them because they need a title, right? But if you're looking at Alexander Sarr, who's going to be the number one pick, if you're looking at Victor Wembanyama, who was the number one pick, if you're looking at Chet Holmgren, who was the number two pick, that is the way that these young organizations are going. So much so that the Boston Celtics traded for an old version of that, letting everybody know that's the wave. But yet we're like, no, we want two plotting centers that'll make $30 million and hope we're right. Bro, we can't continue to do that, bro. We can't continue to be 5 years behind everybody else. That's what we're doing. The conversation, and what shocked me, Cowboy Bob, is that Dre was on board with that. I thought
Freezy. But those centers that you're describing are not going to be late first rounders.
Dre, but what I'm telling you is that even if there is a talent disparity, that's where the league is going. Like the number one pick,
how are you going to get
is the
those
number one pick because he's the most talented person in the draft, regardless of position. Right?
And I'm telling you, like the center that you're saying that's going to be the future, they ain't in this draft at
But you
pick
don't know that
25.
unless you take a chance because we didn't know how good Jokic
They
was.
ain't in this draft
He's a
at pick
second round.
25. Unless you're moving up.
Dre, bro, okay.
I'm saying
Right.
like the Wemby, the lanky, skilled, extremely skilled big man that
They're
can
going to
put the
be at
ball
the
up,
top of
pass,
the
dribble,
draft.
shoot.
But Dre? What are you scared of? Because to me, I know
That
you're intelligent enough. No, hold on. Let me ask you. You're intelligent enough to understand basketball, but you're still in this trap to where you're
there
like,
is no
it's not
trap
gonna work. Okay, you've shown us examples of players to where it has worked because of the time or the system, but here you won't give us that same chance. Like you can
because
sit here
Tom
and say
Thibodeau is the basketball coach. That's
that's
why
not fair. Okay,
I
I'm just
have
saying
to
that's not fair.
acknowledge one variable that's always going to be the theme. Remember, Freezy, this man Hartenstein was shooting jumpers. He could have developed into a quasi version of this modern big that you like. And the man Tom Thibodeau told his ass never shoot jumpers. So
Right.
how am I supposed to think about these centers that you're talking about? If Tibbs is like, I don't like that shit, you're not gonna do it no more. Throw it out.
Because
He needs
Hartenstein
centers
didn't
that
do it.
rebounds. Period. That's it.
Nah, man, it's because Hartenstein wasn't doing it in practice, bro. Tom Thibodeau is one of those guys, Tibbs has got to see it in practice for a long time. It's the reason why Quickly had the greenest of all green lights. It's the reason why he likes Deuce McBride. He just got to see it in practice, bro. And Hartenstein's not showing him in practice that he can be that guy.
I can't make that assertion unless I'm at the practice facility. Because he let him
Or
shoot it off the rip when he first got here, and now all of a sudden he can't shoot it the next year. I doubt it.
right, was he making them in those times that you saw him shooting it? He was not.
If he wasn't making them in training camp, Tibbs would have thrown a conniption fit if he was shooting in regular season. If he made it through
Bro,
training camp all the way into the season, not making them, Tibbs would have blown a gasket anytime he took a shot.
Dre,
All I'm saying,
last year Tom Thibodeau was letting him and Obi shoot the three, and they were just
mhm.
inconsistent, bro. You remember seeing that last year, bro?
That
Come
man
on,
took
we acting
and
like
he kept
we
letting
didn't see
Obi
that.
shoot the three, even though apparently to the numbers he wasn't a good 3-point shooter.
But
Yeah,
Dre, the point I was trying to say where you're stuck is you're still stuck on Tibbs because last year Tibbs made a lot of adjustments. He ran a lot of different sets, even if it's due to injury. He's still showing growth in coaching. That's what I'm saying. Like you can't be stuck like that. This league is changing. Even Tibbs showed you that last year. We got to move forward with the progress because if we stay stuck where we're at, we're gonna be back 5 years later and sitting here. This will be the new age Carmelo Anthony. Oh, our team was exciting. We loved it, but we ain't getting nowhere.
That is such a false equivalence. That was the oldest team in basketball.
I was
That
just saying
Carmelo
the
Anthony
excitement.
team.
I was saying the
This team
excitement with Luke
literally only has like
Insanity.
one person in their 30s. Stop it.
I was talking about the excitement like with Luke Insanity. Like we felt our team was good enough, but we just didn't get over the hump, and that's where we're
No,
gonna
no,
be.
no, no, no. You were talking about the 13-14 team that made the playoffs and then didn't go back because it was the oldest team in basketball. That's why.
okay, all right. Hey, everybody, I got to get out of here, man.
Go New York, go New York,
I
go.
can't believe we stayed on this long, bro.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you everybody for coming through, rocking with us with these conversations, bro. I'm sorry if Cowboy Bob sounds like a hater. Cowboy Bob ain't a hater.
What?
I'm
Target
sorry
Nation.
if IKBM Dre sounded like a hater. He's not a hater. I'm sorry if I sounded like a hater. I'm not a hater. I just want this team to win.
Yeah,
So
we need to win the championship ASAP, man.
yeah, but I'm out of here, y'all. Hey, I'll holler at y'all tomorrow afternoonish. We're gonna Cowboy Bob. Are you gonna be there for the Jets talk?
Oh, I don't know. Y'all, I'm a Giants fan, man. I'll be in the chat though. I'll be
Yeah,
in
we
the
need you to do. Yeah, we need you around so you could talk about the Jets receivers and offensive line.
I'm telling you, I'm the worst type of Jet supporter there is, man.
That means he's not a Jet supporter at all.
I'm a Giants fan. I've been to Jets and Giants fan games. I've been like, I can't do it with you guys. You guys are like the younger brother.
All right, peace, everybody. I got
Have a
you.
good one.